Then as Tom's gone.
Hello, everyone.
Oh wait, Joaquin's gone. Wait, Tom's gone.
I know, I did it on purpose. Just hello, everyone, and welcome to the Weave. This is what is this? This is 15th session. We were talking some Tottenham Spurs Mourinho tactics, which is great. And very interesting.
Right? It's not the right word.
Yeah, it was a fun game.
Old.
It was a fun game. The league this year is crazy. Anyway, so how are we doing?
Good.
Yeah, all good.
right.
All good. Okay, cool. So let's wait for Tom then now.
Tom's chair looks like it's about to fall over.
Now we have an awkward silence.
Yeah, there we go. Hey.
Tom, it's not safe before you say anything bad. We're live. Don't incriminate yourself.
Not saying anything.
One
bad.
day, George, even get the right name.
George. Who was it that kept always called him George? Was it
Dario.
Oh yeah, Dario.
Dario. I can't remember that. He called you George.
This is before. Wait, were you there when Dario was there?
Yeah, of course. I was there when.
Oh.
When.
No, not. You're
Dario.
Yeah, you're thinking about.
I was thinking about
sorry,
Dick Dario.
Dario, not Dario.
Oh.
You're thinking.
Oh yeah, Dario. Yeah, the
Not
painter.
Hopefully he's
The
not a fan
singer
of the
from-
show
Yeah.
because he's watching now.
That's before you're a fan. You just every day just be like, hey George.
That
Jordan.
was Darius on
Jordan.
Hey, let's jump into it. Where is my recap? So last session, last week in the Weave, as the party, particularly Codan's Con, dealt with the emotional impact of the departure of Violet, Jin finally obtained the mysterious object of ancient make that Anflin had recovered. And from Balin and Anflin, he also learned a bit more about the current and rapidly deteriorating situation across the Valley of Zadar. He also shares some good news in the form of useful information about one of Marcus's lieutenant whereabouts and the fort of Bagai Web. But after the party reconvened, they decided to visit the library to learn more from Seeker Azora, a local scholar that had spent some time with Reichsworth. And there they got to meet Elizabeth Fowler, another wizard of the Order Arcanum that had been doing research on the Blackroot and is apparently also quite interested in going after Reichsworth herself. Elizabeth had some useful information about Reichsworth's descent into the depths of Black Claw Mountain and joined the group as you all prepare the expedition, stocking up on useful supplies of one kind or another. And down you went into Shadowreach. After getting some information from the local dwellers, you find the abandoned carts and supplies of Reichsworth and his troop, where they had apparently stopped to build and animate a pair of constructs before delving deeper in the direction of the Forest of Iron. And as you all prepared to take a break there and rest, Scone touched one of the spires of the Blackroot and was pulled into some kind of dreamscape, eventually managing to snap out of it, something that for the rest of you that were going about your business, preparing to rest, it only lasted for a split second, although to Scone apparently the experience was a bit longer. And that's where we left off, as Scone gets pulled back into the ruins of Shadowreach and dimly lit, whilst you are scavenging some of the supplies of Reichsworth abandoned cart. You managed to put together essentially the equivalent of some artisan kits, thanks to everything that was left there. And you just look at Scone kind of like falling flat on his ass on the ground after touching this pillar. So what do you do?
How long have we been kind of going into this place for?
You spending Shadowreach about maybe an hour and a half so far.
Okay. So assuming that like after an hour or so that the light of... But do we have any other light sources apart from the light that you put on me? I don't know. I'm sure we've got like a torch or something.
I mean, do you have torches? in your inventory.
we've got
Well,
some.
you can definitely be carrying a torch then.
Okay. So I mean, assuming that the light thing would run out, but I have a torch anyway. I'll just head over to Coda.
Mhm.
Oh, how's it going? This the light thing. You could just put that back on again, could you? Kind of stop working.
Of course, but you just see the lad just fell on the ground,
Oh, where?
just right behind you.
Turn around. Oh yeah, over there. Where's? Yeah, but the light.
Yeah. Okay. I just put the light on your.
Oh, okay.
I just give you a coin, a copper with the light. Oh, school lad, you're right. Come on, lad, wake up.
I like push off the ground and try and get to my feet, but I'm going to start floating again. Ah!
Whoa.
Governor, it's happening again!
Oh, I'm just holding him.
Ah!
What are you doing, boy?
I don't know. I was there again.
I try to shift him vertically.
Yeah.
Put you on the ground.
You have to tie me to some piece of string or something. I'll be like a balloon. I was there again.
Where? What do you mean there?
The sky and the stars, and the stars were eyes, and then one got big, like really, really big, and it was talking.
What are you talking about?
And it
boy?
just wanted like freedom, just wanted to get out, but it was so angry. He was so angry.
Have I heard any kind of stories of this kind that might relate to this particular place? I'm gonna call Elizabeth. Come round. Do I know any stories of the like?
Make a an Arcana history check. I'm guessing you are proficient in both, so it's gonna be the same.
I gotta. Scott, maybe tell Elizabeth a story. She might know something about it.
Oh, from the very, very start.
So, can I ask first? You were floating.
Yeah, it happens. It happened last time, and this time because I thought I wanted to just fly away, and then I was flying away when I was there. But when I come back here, I just fell down.
So you've come back here. So where have you been?
I don't know. It's like here, but it's not here. I mean, this time, I was at a house before, and then I was at a house when I was there, but everything was different. And this time, I was just in sky. It was just sky and stars, but the stars were eyes.
I'm gonna jump down from some nearby ruins where I was kind of like looking for mushrooms and things.
He's gone to the Oniric Plain. Have you heard of it, Elizabeth? You seem to know a lot about.
I don't know. Have I heard of it?
Yes, for certain, you would have heard. It is not the area of expertise of your circle. It's more like the mystics that deal with that kind of stuff. But you certainly know about it and heard about it, yeah.
Well, I have heard of it, but it's not really my area of expertise. I deal more with the material plane.
Is that coin of yours hot again, Scone?
I'm going to put it. Oh, here. Is it?
No, appears to be completely normal, inert and normal temperature.
Yeah, it feels normal, but I don't know. Maybe I've lost sensible senses.
And
I throw it at you.
At me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll catch it. And well, I guess it's not hot.
What did you sorry, Koda, what did you roll on Arcana?
I just want to roll the nade.
Okay, and Elizabeth, you can roll as well.
It's definitely cold. I'll just
Ooh,
hand it back to you, George.
28.
28.
That's a natural 20.
Yeah, okay. So you definitely heard a lot about it. In this, maybe you had some friends that were mystics or more particularly interested, or you particularly like those lessons and delving into the libraries, books, and whatnot. One thing that you know that is certain about it is that it's all about the oniric world can be incredibly dangerous, and it's all about the will of the person. A person with enough will can bend it and create things and make things go away, or depending on how aware you are of your own, of the power of your own self and mind and your charisma inside the oniric world, you can do whatever you want with it. You can affect other beings in it. But beings that are native to that world, to that plane, obviously are incredibly harder to deal with because they are beings of pure dreamscape, as it were.
Don't know. Have you ever heard of a dream journal?
You talk to me.
Yeah, it's gone. Sorry.
No.
As what I understand of the Oniric world or the Oniric plane, is your power stems from your own understanding and will of where you are, and you can control it in ways that you can bend things to your will, the same way as you would a dream. So I wonder if perhaps you could keep a diary of your experiences so that you can understand better and control yourself on the Oniric plane.
Well, I felt like when one of the stars went really big, I knew something was watching me. So I tried to talk to it, but then I just felt that it was so angry and it was getting really, really big. But then I put it in a box and I stopped it growing.
And you created this box.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
That's really impressive to have so much control already.
But I don't. Wait. I'll run over and I'll grab your hand.
Hmm?
And then I'll pull you over to the big claw I touched.
Mm-hmm.
This is I went there with this. I touched this, and I'll just put your hand on it.
Okay.
I'll touch it.
You touch it. It's warm to the touch. Warmer than any other material, pieces of rock, anything else that you might have touched here. And there, you definitely feel that there is a bit of almost like a hum, like a subwoofer, like vibration to it, that you can barely feel, almost like a tremor. That it's constant, and it feels rhythmic, almost like a sine wave. But you don't feel it reaching out to you or anything like that. But there's definitely something about it.
Can I cast Identify on it?
Yes, you can.
I will do that.
Okay. There is no singular purpose that you can derive from the actual Blackroot Spire, except for a mishmash of almost of schools of magic that to you it feels, I'm gonna say this, to you it feels alive. That's as much as you can tell. There is the magic, the background magic, like background radiation, like the weave here is kind of like collapsing into something that feels magically active and alive, but not in a way that you can imagine has a purpose.
It has a lot of power in it.
Oh, you're still here. I thought you went.
No,
there.
I was trying to understand it.
I touched it, and then that's how. I don't know. Maybe it's like a door or something, and then I went there.
Have you touched one of these before?
No.
I wonder if this one is different or if this is how they all are.
It wasn't anyone when I was at the house. I was sleeping.
Just
So you-
gonna.
Sorry.
Oh no, you keep going if you're in a conversation. That's good.
So you've never been here before. This is your first time in Shadow Reach.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go and have a look at the spire
Mm-hmm.
and see if it's made out of a similar material to the coin that George Scon has. Or the tube that I have, the
No,
cylinder.
no, it does. This one feels like a metal, but that is grown organically. You can imagine like iron veins or other mineral veins but full on of it instead of just being pieces in a larger like a group of stone or whatever. And it's
So it doesn't feel like if you cut it, it would be the same thing.
No.
It's like
What if these are real claws? Something was trapped. He's angry that he's trapped, and these are the real claws. He's trying to claw himself out.
They do seem to be alive.
I'll just like step back. Alive. So they are.
I'm not sure what that means to something this scale, but the way it feels when I touch it, there's something more than just rock or stone.
I don't know if perhaps this is true of these, but the shamans of my clan believe there's some kind of power, natural, a source of it down here, something to rival the 5 aspects as we all know them. Could be that this is some sleeping giant under the ground, breaking through the mountain.
What makes them say it's natural?
Well, I don't know myself. This is old and dangerous. I mean, this thing looks grown, doesn't it?
Are there any stories about giant beings, primordial type beings living under?
There are some theories that you might have learned or heard on some folklore around the like creation myths in different cultures. In the 5 cities, in the most like learned aspects of society, they are not given much thought or much like time about a time of the primordial titans and how they kind of like configured the world, as it were, with their will. And there is make a blah, blah, blah. This would be an occultism roll, but there is no such thing in D&D 5th edition. So let's make it history with charisma roll.
Oh, okay. So 16.
Charisma, wisdom, probably. No. It's okay. So one thing that there is something about one of these creation myths that you think might be related to this concept of the bigger primordial titans and whatnot, and how they converged, collapsed as different possibilities into what is called the 5 aspects, is part of a myth that you heard refers to as the great cycle, or some people call it like the wheel of time or the cycle of reality, and it is all kind of like weirdly related to how sentient beings have the ability to, if they could, to influence this cycle. The Titans have their own will that can create planes out of it, and if those beings are still out there and alive, they're sleeping or inactive or whatever, but they could still, via their sheer willpower, influence things. So if you can influence them, it's kind of like that feedback cycle. But it's all like, it's not given very much thought. That's as much as you can tell from those creation myths.
Well, I'll mention briefly about these titans. And
Well, that's it. I mean, that's the belief. These cycles you mentioned. We're coming to the end of something, and they believe that we could be heading towards some kind of cataclysm.
It's one of the things I'm out to investigate.
So you believe these spires to be of a Titan, or the influence of, or somebody's influence on a Titan?
I figured that at first it was just pure power, manifesting in a way, physically, through the rock. But if you think it's alive, then no reason to believe it couldn't be the Titan itself. If Scon here thinks that there's something trapped down there speaking to him on the Eneric plane, well, makes even more sense. I'm not saying it for certain, but certainly think it warrants thought at the very least.
So, with that in mind, if this is all linked, as you believe, perhaps it would be a good idea for Scon to keep a diary. I have a book you can use to keep an oniric diary.
Yeah, can it just be pictures?
If they're good,
Oh yeah, I can make them good.
then sure.
I'm just going to touch the spire and focus and try and cast Divine Sense on it, just to see if I can feel anything. I mean, probably not, because it's Celestial, Fiend, and Undead.
No, nothing of the sort. No, but there is. I mean, the power that you can see, that you can feel there. It's noticeable. It doesn't have like a specific nature of that kind, but there's definitely something there. And again, it's kind of like a sine wave, and at moments it recedes for a longer period of time, and then you feel it like swelling again. It's not constant.
And it's not rhythmic either, then. So it's not like
It has a rhythm, but there is like a shorter rhythm and then a larger like dips and swells.
Then I'm just going to kind of get a feel for that and then move to another one and see if they're kind of synchronized in terms of that rhythm.
Yes, you can derive that. Yep.
If he's going to another one, can I go with him and identify that one just to ensure that they're all the same?
Yes, as soon as you cast a spell, it feels as if you're dealing with the exact same thing, almost as if you had identified the exact same object.
You say there is a hum, right?
Some kind of, I wouldn't call it like a heartbeat, but something pulsing in there, certainly.
Maybe it's trying to speak it with music.
I'm
Oh,
gonna take-
you should touch it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my lute out, and then I'm gonna touch the spire. And once I identify the hum, I'm just gonna find basically the harmonic octave to the hum. Just
Okay. So yes, you can do that, and you don't. Maybe you're thinking about it, or it just happens naturally and very quickly. You fall into the rhythm of that like kind of like sine wave hum, like those dips and swells as you go into it, and you can definitely feel, that you are definitely on tempo and on harmonically accurate.
it's an A sharp, Scon. Gotta be careful with those.
You've started clicking your fingers to the rhythm. So what does it mean?
It means that you can play a C and you'll be in tune.
Maybe you should do that.
Play a C.
Get out my flute and play a C.
Koda, make a performance check with advantage.
This is about to be the greatest song ever created.
Or at least a tribute to it.
Ooh, 16 plus 10, 26.
26. You start playing and you start feeling a sense of inspiration. If you stayed here for a while, you follow that rhythm, that tune, it's like the muse is there for you. It's like, oh my god, if I could create something wonderful here.
Oh, keep going, Jin. I like that.
I'm just playing C, solid.
Okay, just go with it like a standard C. Yeah, you can definitely start to harmonize around that scale, and you all hear this, and it feels good. It feels right. It feels adequate to almost now that you realize this background hum that is all around you, but it is incredibly low pitched to hear, and you only ever realize when you touch the pillar. And you con start feeling it's almost as this music kind of like perfectly matches your understanding of how you felt inside that thing, but there is a nagging feeling at the back of your head, and no, stop, it's dangerous, stop. You hear a voice.
Okay, stop. Everyone stop now. Did you hear that? It's dangerous. Cody, you need to stop that. Forget everything I said. Don't write a song about this.
I
try and-
thought it was sounding quite nice, wasn't it, Jin?
Certainly had a good flow to it, yeah.
No, something was saying.
Entrancing.
Something was saying it's bad. We should never do that.
You heard a voice.
Yeah.
Does it still speak to you?
No. I mean, I can't. No, it just tells me when something bad's about to happen.
I wrote to you on Discord, Jod.
Is this the same voice you heard at the tavern?
Wait. Just come in. It's saying we need to hide from it. We can't call out to it and try and communicate with it.
I thought you said you put it in a box.
Yeah, but that
Box it in.
space. I mean, it wasn't. It wasn't real. It was. I don't know. It was just so overwhelming, and that's the only thing I could think of. But I mean, if I stayed there longer, I felt like it was just going to burst. That's why I wanted to just fly away.
How do you know that you can trust these voices that you can hear? Where do
Well,
they come from? Who are they?
The voices are less scary than the big star eye that was trying to engulf me.
I mean, the guise of some fey creatures are a lot more appealing than the sort of things that they would do to you should you fall prey to them.
Yeah,
Could
but
be similar.
I don't feel any anger from them and hatred, which is all I felt from the other thing.
Hatred towards you? Anger towards you?
It was hard to tell. It was just pure hatred of just everything. That's all I felt.
We're gonna just like kneel down and touch the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder if it's in pain, whatever it is.
And
It's
it was.
angry.
It was. I felt that too.
A beast that's in pain will be angry and dangerous, but
It just felt trapped.
doesn't mean that it's beyond helping.
And it's been there for so long. And all it wants to do is just get out. But I mean, maybe that'll be really bad.
That would certainly be cataclysmic.
Why is Reichsworth going down here? Maybe he knows all this. Maybe he wants to release it.
Maybe that's what needs to be done. Maybe if it's released, its anger will subside and it'll move on, but
I don't know.
if it remains trapped under here, it'll boil over and spill like too much water in a pot on the fire.
If it gets out, I just felt like it could eat everything. Or there were so many eyes, it could at least... There was enough eyes to watch everyone. Everyone on the whole planet. There was enough eyes. Would just watch us all the time. With hatred. Do you want that? When you're eating? and sleeping.
I mean, last time you went there, you mentioned the stars being eyes, and you said it again. And I told you the stars, the sky, and I hold up my arm again with the tattoos. They all watch over us, Scon. I mean,
Literally.
yeah, but
Yes.
they offer guidance and protection, order.
They didn't offer me any guidance or protection.
Look at Spear. I mean, without the light of the stars above him, he's quaking over there. There's nothing to be afraid of in the sky.
These weren't. I mean, they weren't stars. It just felt like stars because there were so many. I know what a star is. Old Nan told me, what a star actually is. She didn't mention eyeballs.
I wonder if we should try and travel there together. All of us, before we delve deeper down there. See if we can get an inkling as to what we're dealing with.
Where do you want to travel?
To the Oniric plane, if we can.
How do I take you with me?
I don't know. I mean, it takes the charms of my clans years of practice, concentration, meditation. But there's some power down here that you're allowed to tap into. If we can all find out how to do that, maybe we can.
What if we all just hold hands and I touch it again?
Could work. I have some tea. We could put that on. Relax.
Did you know Elizabeth said that it's quite dangerous that you can.
Oh, it's very dangerous. I mean, if you fall prey to the native creatures to the Oniric plane, that could be you gone, lost forever. But
well, that's what I mean. If your shaman's trained for.
Would you rather send the boy on your own, though?
Of course not. But the boy has a talent. We would be groping blindfolded. Our first time in the Oniric world and facing I don't know what this is. A sky of eyes.
Okay, what if we just don't go? And I won't touch anything else, and I won't sleep. And we just don't go there, but we still go down to in the depths of this mountain. We find Rugsworth. We tell him, "Don't summon this thing. It's bad." And then we leave.
Spear. While you are there, kind of like hanging around with your light and hearing all this, there is a sense of familiarity in what Scon was describing as this, hatred and anger and eyes. In that, whatever it was that wreaked havoc with your order back when they all fell. There is maybe that's what keeping you kind of like a bit nervous about it. There is this, similarity to what you remember your feelings were at the time of what you were dealing with.
So you guys, you really sure you want to go down there if it's going to be something like this? It sounds like it's dangerous, and I mean, Coda, you don't really want to take young Scon down there towards danger,
Oh,
do you?
we have to go faster now.
Well,
Now we know.
Not being also don't want to mean to be rude or anything. I mean, I know you're very well practiced and your music's lovely and everything, and you seem to be pretty good with all the, your magic and everything. But this light you gave me, I don't think it's quite as good as the last one. It seems to be not as bright. Maybe you could do another one just to be, make it, just do it again just in case. I don't think. I mean, look at it. It's not going as far and.
Where do you want the lights?
Just on the coin, but make it as powerful as the last one you gave me. You didn't do a good job of this one.
I mean, sure, yes, of course. Let's give you another copper. Exactly the same line.
I mean, yeah, that one's better. All right, okay. I assume that we've left that place with that kind of purple light. And I assume it's kind of
yeah. The purple light is up there in the enclave. Here you are in the ruins of Old Shadow Reach.
So you still kind of have like a bit of a like it's still there. It's like something
kind
of like having the moon in a way.
Yeah, kind of like very faint and distant.
Yeah. Oh, well, all right. Maybe maybe we just kind of go for like an hour and go back. Yeah, that's probably enough time.
Well, we have to rest first. The camp's all set up and waiting.
Yeah.
So- I guess watches are in order down here. How do your eyes fare, Spear, in this darkness?
Well, I can't see anything.
How many torches do we have?
Well, I've got 8. I used ones. I've got 7.
Make a fire.
Is there any wood? Look around.
Oh, in the cart, surely.
Yeah, there are supplies even in the cart to make like
Oh yeah, Rixworth stuff. Yeah. I'll go grab some wood then and start like putting it together to make a campfire.
yeah, it's enough. There's plenty of kindling and stuff you can use.
I start just piling extra stuff.
You're making like a proper bonfire.
Spear, you have to be careful. The more wood you put on that, the darker it's going to be for a while. You got to let it burn.
It's so hot and bright that you're kind of like standing several feet away from me now.
Plus, if there's anything down there, the size of that's going to attract their attention for miles.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about? What's it going to attract? What's down there?
Well, I mean, down here, we've already bumped into those yellow fangs.
Oh, them things.
We know there's
that's
blink
not a problem.
dogs. We don't know what else is down here. You gotta.
Oh, blink dogs are no problem at all.
Everything's no problem in the face of darkness with you, is it?
Well, if the darkness, well, I know. As long as the dark stays over there and the
Look.
light stays over here, we're fine. All right.
I know
Blink
this is hard
dogs,
for you
let 'em come.
down here.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't worry what you're talking about. Everything's fine. Now, you.
Look, I
just
just
keep
want
an
to
eye-
say, I appreciate it. That's all. You come in down here.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's just be quick about it. All right.
We will. We won't dally any longer than we need to. Just try and stay calm. Mistakes make bad situations worse. So you always got a good head on your shoulders. Just keep it level down here. That's all. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. All right.
Good.
Okay.
You will have seen that already. I got into my tent and I'll say, I'll take the last watch if that's okay.
Okay. So yeah, how are you doing watches? You're having a long rest.
I guess I will have a long
Yeah.
rest. We had to sleep.
Yeah, you have to sleep. I mean, it is late based on your arrival at this place and everything. So, yeah, what are you doing with watches and preparations?
I mean, I'm not going to sleep now, so I'll watch.
Go around touching those stones again, Gordon.
Well, I can keep an eye on him. What about you? Come here. Sit down next to this fire where it's nice and bright, and then let's not go anywhere. All right?
Okay.
When you need a rest, wake me up. I'll do mine after. Elizabeth, you used to doing watches. You know how sleeping rough works.
I know how these things work. I can't say I'm familiar. I don't have much experience, but I can do it.
Just sit quiet and keep calm. If anything happens, you go and wake up myself, Spear, Coda. Just, if there's any noise, any danger, don't walk towards it. That would be my advice.
I will not act without assistance.
Perfect.
Okay, so yeah, so just to clarify, what was the watch order?
I think me and Scott first.
Okay, and then
Coda, is it?
No, I was going to
no,
last.
me, then Elizabeth, or we can swap round, Shane. I don't mind, whichever you prefer.
Don't mind. Doesn't matter. You first.
Right, I'll go after you then, Scone. Elizabeth to follow.
No, I'm not going to go sleep. It's fine.
I know you're scared. But like Elizabeth said, if anything happens, just write it down.
okay,
What if the book doesn't come with me?
You rise it when you come back.
Well, what if I
If
don't
you-
come back?
If you fall asleep when you're not prepared because you're too tired, You don't know what will happen. At least
Yeah.
now we know you're sleeping, and Spear will keep an eye on you.
And also, here we go. I'm just going to tie a rope to Scott and then tie it to myself. See, now if you go somewhere, I'll come with you. Problem solved.
Right.
I know you like to keep it on you, but maybe keep that coin off your person as well. If there's similar energies down here, can't rule out that it might amplify its effects on you.
Right. I'll just put it back in Potzel.
Okay, you put the corn back in Potzel in the soil. Potzel is still growing well. You keep watering it. It doesn't appear to have slowed down at all down here. And
I've got a day tracker
yeah,
for it.
okay. Wait, let's see if we're synced up. How many days you have?
So it's days till plant birth. 23 days.
I think it's shorter than that. You got it on the Elmswood, which was the 24th of first flow, and we are now so that's 8 plus 4. It's been 12 days since you got it.
We haven't had that many sleeps.
It's the 3rd now, isn't it?
Sorry, the 3rd of first flow right now, of Blossom Tide right now. The moment when you wake up is going to be the 4th. So so it's been 12 days since it will be 12 days since you got it.
And it was 30 total, right?
Yeah.
What? So we're on 18.
Okay, cool. So
It's got limbs. It's growing limbs already.
Like Groot dancing in the
Yeah.
pot, kind of.
Why have you got that, just out of question? That jagged shrimp weed in that pot?
What do you mean? Why have I got it?
I mean, it's a weed, you know that, right? This doesn't have many medicinal properties that might help you down here.
I think this looks like a normal weed.
Does it look like a normal weed?
well, it was a weed, but now it's weird because now there is like a mushroom cap growing below the weed and pushing it up, so it looks like a mushroom cap with the weed as hair.
I don't even know what to think about that.
This is my friend. What? It's not my friend, but this is what he gave to me. So, it is.
All right, I mean, no offense when asking. The world is full of beautiful plants. It just seems like a strange choice to take around with you. That's all.
And it's also my stash. I've got the coin in there now. I've got the energy stones.
In the soil.
Yeah.
You just be careful not to disrupt the roots on your friend there, then, because plants need them to grow.
Yeah, I'm careful.
Okay. So on your first watch, as you all settle down to have some rest, you notice. So Spear, your passive perception is actually quite bad,
It's terrible.
and you have no dark vision, so you don't notice it. But Scone is with you, right, on the first watch.
Yes. My passive perception is also terrible.
Okay.
Why do we put you two together?
Okay, you don't hear it or see anything.
Ever again.
But
That's the Oxel way.
Bullseye would be there, and she has
9. But
She has a visual passive perception of 19, but non-visual, I think 14.
okay. Okay, so
It doesn't have dark vision.
it doesn't
though,
have
does
dark
she?
vision,
No.
but I would say the Bullseye would hear and probably tell you that it seems like there are small creatures, small quadrupeds, kind of circling the camp at a distance. They appear to come closer and then stay at a distance, and that's it. Can't quite see them, but Bullseye can hear them or smell them, I guess. No, smell them. Hear them.
Quadruped.
Yeah.
What's a quadruped?
The thing with 4
bull-headed
legs.
creature.
Okay. Like what kind of insects, or does she can't? She can just.
I can hear they said. I mean, they look like not very big. Maybe the size of not the size of a horse. Maybe a dog.
Okay. I think some of them dogs might be out there. Maybe them blink dog things. You reckon?
Huh?
Oh, can
Is
you
she
see?
a dog?
Well, I don't know. Bullseye said she can hear something. I can't see anything out there. It's really dark. Oh.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
Have you got anything like a light or anything? I don't know. Wait, here, I'll light one of the torches and just kind of throw it out there. I mean, I don't know if I
you can throw it to extend the radius of the fire, essentially. And as you throw it, you think that you see immediate, like something scurrying at the very edge of the light, away from it. So they seem to be keeping at the edge of the darkness, essentially. So they move a bit further away in that direction when you threw it.
Did I get a better glimpse of them at all?
I mean, yeah, they certainly. It was shadows quickly moving, but looked like dogs.
Oh, there you go. There's those dogs and everything. Oh well. As long as they're not bothering us, eh?
Well, weren't we supposed to find one?
Were we? I don't know. I don't remember that.
Yeah, so we were going to find one, and it was going to help us sniff out Master Reichsworth.
Well, we're over in the dark, so
I'd have. What do we do? Let me check my equipment real quick. No, I don't.
maybe if you make like a sound like them, maybe they'll come over. What kind of sound do they make?
Oh, lots of people whistle.
All right, I'll start trying to whistle as well.
Yeah.
Hey, boy.
You both start whistling. No.
Hey, buddy.
No.
You want a treat? You want to play? Have you got anything? Have you got anything squeaky?
No, I don't.
Fetch! I'll just throw my boomerang in the darkness towards the torch.
Okay, make an attack with disadvantage.
Just a normal boomerang attack.
Yeah.
With disadvantage.
Yep. Because you can't see shit.
Yeah, 11.
He goes. You see it coming back to you, and you catch it.
Then I listen. See if anything's running after it.
Nope.
Oh. I thought we'd like that. You try something.
All right. I'll just throw my hammer out there.
Yeah. It goes disappear into the darkness. You hear a thump after a bit.
There you go, and then I just call it back.
Yeah.
That didn't work either.
Well, maybe they just don't want to hang out or something. I don't know. I mean, they seem to like the dark, so let's just leave them over there where they're happy. We'll stay here by the light where we're happy. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we should just leave out some food.
Is that wise? Do we want to attract animals? And they might want to eat you instead.
Why?
Well, wild
Dogs
animals.
don't eat people.
They probably do. The right kind of animals eat, people and stuff. And I mean, I'd be all right. They don't want to eat me, but
Well, why don't you go over there?
Well, no, it's very dark over there, so might trip over or something. That wouldn't be very safe, would it?
So we just stay here.
Yep, by the fire, nice and safe, nice and warm.
Okay.
Okay. So
Well, let's just sit here in silence and listen.
Yeah.
you attempt to
alright.
pay very close attention, but either these creatures are way more silent in how they move that you can. So it is. You just hear the soft howling of the permanent wind that moves through Shadow Reach, probably because of the cavern configuration, pulling air from some other like low pressure area. And your watch is over. Do you go back to sleep? It's gone. Or you wake up next one.
So I just eventually pass out
Yeah.
as I do.
Okay. Yeah. You pass out.
So I'll just leave him to next to the fire. Go and wake up Jin
Yeah.
next, right? And then I'll
Yeah.
just sit down next to Scott and watch out. There might be some dogs out there somewhere. Scott was trying to get their attention, but it seemed to go away. So, but yeah, just if you need me, just sit down next to the fire and power down.
Okay.
I'll just like climb because I picked a building that had like sort of a roof
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna bring my stuff up there and some of those mushrooms I found,
Okay.
and just start trying to turn one of those mushrooms into poison just on my.
Yeah. Make a
my
make a roll
watch.
with your proficiency, your dexterity and poisonous kit.
Dexterity and poisonous. Ooh. 23.
23. Okay, you had 6. Enough for 6 doses, I think.
I can tell you because it's in my inventory. 1 second. Poisonous mushrooms. Yes, enough for 6
Okay,
doses.
so in the span of 2 hours, so while you're doing watch, doing this essentially had disadvantage on perception checks as you are concentrating on this. But you go and you manage to successfully create 2 doses of from the mushroom without spoiling. So you still have 4 mushrooms that you can convert into it, and it's an injury-based poison. So it essentially in the blood it has to go.
Yeah, it's the drow
It's a
poison,
drow poison.
isn't
It's a
it?
standard drow
Yeah.
poison.
That's cool. I've added that in. Just whilst I'm on watch, I'll have woken up Kazumasa as well. I don't know if it needs to sleep. I can never remember with that, but I'll assume so.
Sleeps because it likes to.
Yeah, it doesn't eat, but it sleeps. I think it was the same with Traveler, because otherwise it becomes very powerful on watches. So yeah, it'll just be sort of by the base of the building as well,
Okay.
keeping an ear out.
It will. The elk it will probably tell you as well that there are a bunch of dogs that are essentially keeping encircling the camp but staying at a safe distance, just watching.
Yeah, that's fine. If nothing else comes to pass, I'll just be doing that, kind of keeping an eye out occasionally,
Okay.
doing that, and then I'll pack my things away and jump down. And Elizabeth is in the tent I'm in anyway, so get into the tent and kind of jostle you awake. There's not been anything going on. A couple of dogs roaming around. Spear saw them as well. So, with any luck, it'll be a quiet watch for you. But again, if you need anything, just Spear doesn't really sleep as such, so wake him first, and he'll gather the rest of us.
Right, I will let you know.
So, well, take care out there. I'll go to bed.
Okay, Elizabeth, what are you doing during your watch?
We've got a fire at the moment,
Yep.
right? So I'll just go sit by the fire and just kind of try and change the color a couple of times just as I get bored. But that's about it.
Okay.
Nothing special.
Yeah, you're doing that. From time to time, your passive perception is better, no?
It's 10.
Okay, not that better. I mean, okay, who's the only one with good passive perception?
I got 15.
You got 15, but you had 10 because of.
But I had 10 because of.
And you, Koda, had
12.
12. Okay.
I got 11.
Okay, so you, the it's quite uneventful for you as well, Elizabeth. From time to time, you think that you might see at the edge of your dark vision the what appears to be a small figure moving about, but yeah, they're keeping the distance. And your watch is over without further events.
I will go wake up Coda then, right?
Okay, is there anything you want to do, Koda?
Well, yes. Before Elizabeth goes to bed, do you see any big dogs?
There are a few around,
Oh, really? Oh,
50, 60 feet away.
wow, really that close?
Well, far enough. They haven't come closer. So
Okay. Okay, great, fantastic. You can go to bed. And I'm gonna pull my ukulele. Just gonna very gently play some harmonics and ritual cast. Speak with animals.
Okay.
So I'm gonna mutter out there. Hello, friendly creatures, big dogs. You out there? I know you're out there. I can hear you. Just can't see you. My eyes are very bad. I'm one of them silly bipeds that can't really see in the dark very well. But yeah, why don't you just, I don't know, come around and I got some meat. I brought some meat, and I'll take some of the meat from the. I can't remember where I bought it, but I remember when we spoke to the smith, she mentioned that if you get some meat, they might just approach.
Okay, so are you staying by the fire?
Yeah, maybe move a tiny little bit away so it's not so, I don't know, hot. I don't know if they're gonna find it hot. And I'm gonna try to put a piece of meat. Maybe I'll put a piece of meat on top of the stone, and then I walk back a couple of meters.
Yep. Okay. As you leave that there, when you walk back, you see a dog with quite long ears, almost like from depictions. It looked like elven ears, like very pointy, and a fur, a coat that is quite short and slick, and they appear to be quite muscular. And the tail is to be weird because at the very end of the tail, it kind of like puffs out a bit, almost like a cow's tail. You know, it has like the tip. It kind of like puffs out the fur, and it kind of like steps forth. You see two more in the distance, but they are keeping their distance, and this one comes over, always looking at you very, very quietly and slowly, kind of like looking at you, and is about to get to the meat. What do you do?
What's your name, buddy? I'm Coda.
And as you say that, he kind of like jumps, grab the meat, and disappears.
Got more.
And you hear in the distance.
It's funny. Normally they answer back. Okay, I'll try this again. I get a bit more meat. Put it out there. Anyone else? Plenty more where that came from. And I walk back a little bit.
Two come now. And kind of like look at each other and race for the meat. One of them gets there before the other one, grabs it.
When they're racing for the meat, I will cast animal friendship to one of them.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
I mean, I don't know if it'll work because I don't know how smart they are. So if the beast's intelligence is 4 or higher, the spell fails.
You as you try to cast it, you realize that you try to enter the beast mind, and you realize it's not only about whether they might be too smart. You realize these are not beasts. There's something odd about their nature, and the magic fails automatically. Make a nature check.
Ooh, 19 plus 2, 21.
21. You think, based on what you heard about like elves keeping them as pets back in the day, whatnot, these might be fey creatures.
I'm gonna pull my ukulele. I'm gonna play an A sharp.
Okay. So you harmonize with the hum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a single note,
Yep.
just to see if they pick up.
You immediately feel this is right. This is exactly what the sound of this plays. You know, it's in harmony and convergence.
Do the dogs like pay attention to it, or they just?
You don't know at the moment. They are beyond the light of.
Oh, they left
Yeah,
already.
yeah,
They
yeah.
grabbed the meat and went back. Oh, okay. Oh, well, I got a tiny bit more, not much more, but if you want this last bit, you're gonna have to tell me your names. And I'm gonna put it right. I'm gonna sit. I guess I'm sitting down on the ground, and I just put it right in front of me.
Okay. As you put that in front of you, it takes some time. Are you playing music or not?
I got the ukulele open in its in its case, but the case is open, the lid is open,
Okay.
and I'm not playing at the moment.
Okay.
But I
It starts approaching very slowly. Three of them, and they are looking at you, and they are looking at the meat, and they're kind of like, make an animal handling check. See if you can understand their attitude.
14 plus 2, 16.
16. Yeah, you get the feeling that they want to come for the meat, but they feel it's too close to you. But there is something odd about their the way they go about this. If these are dogs, they're not like any dog you've ever dealt with. These are there's something alien about their nature and the way they act.
So is that why you're not replying to me? You're not really an animal. You're something else entirely.
Two of them kind of like starts going round, and now they've opened like in a semicircle, and they are like one on each side of you and one in the middle right in front of you.
Okay, that looks a little bit too much like a pronged attacking formation. So maybe I'll just stand up, grab the ukulele, and just walk a couple of steps back.
Okay.
Meat is yours.
As you do that, one of them immediately races for the meat against another one. They go for it. And the other one kind of like takes 2 steps forward, and it's kind of like looking at you weirdly. And you feel like it might be looking at the ukulele.
I'll give you a tiny A sharp.
As you do that, one of the other ones kind of like grab the meat and disappears, and the one that is too slow to it kind of like stops. And as soon as you do that, they both perk up and like stand there listening.
They say music tames the beasts, but you're not beasts. What is it about the
They kind of like
fascinates you
shuffle,
so?
like weirdly interested.
It's dangerous. And I start very gently making an arpeggio of an A sharp, basically.
Yeah. Okay, so you start doing that. They both sit down and just stand there listening.
Okay, I don't know what to do with this.
You are watching this spear because you in your statue and immovable form.
Well, Can you? I'll try. I'll try speaking Dwarvish. Can you understand me?
Make an insight check with disadvantage.
And 4, so 6.
6. Yeah, you don't know, but they seem to be interested in the music.
Well, I'll finish playing the last note of the arpeggio and I say, tomorrow, the show goes on, but you must follow the band if you want to listen. We'll be going down into the cave.
They kind of like, there is a weird moment that is like, oh, that's a bit too much of a sentient response, as they look at each other and then they look at you, and they kind of like shuffle around to see if there is any more like food or anything, but they look at you and then they turn around and slow go back into the darkness.
All right, cool. Well, that's all I'll want to do.
Okay.
I'll stay around.
So after a bit, you still think they're out there somewhere. After a bit, everyone starts to slowly wake up, and it's not daylight, of course. Everything looks exactly the same as when you went to sleep. But you are feeling rested. You recover your hit dice and slots and everything. So what do you do?
It's not right down here, is it? You know, without the sun coming up to start the day. I mean, I know that purple light over there got a bit brighter, but it's so far away.
That's unfortunately what it's like when you're out on the road, Spear. Not everything is a regular day, a regular morning, but
Well, at least normally the sun's there and it's like a normal.
that's true. But
There's not even really any animals down here. There's like nothing.
Like
Well,
dogs.
Dog things, but you know, like I can't hear any birds or anything. Or
no birds in caves usually. No bats, maybe. Not birds. Everyone's here and accounted for, though.
A swarm of bats fly past you.
oh yeah,
Right on cue.
All right, maybe it's just a little different then. Okay.
Elizabeth and Coda, your watch is both uneventful, I assume, given that you didn't raise the alarm in the camp.
Dogs, as mentioned.
Yeah, I tried to befriend the dogs, but they're not beasts. They're some kind of fake creature. Because I tried to use magic to bewitch them, so to speak. Did not work. I tried to speak to them. I wonder what language do fake creatures speak? Maybe I do know that. What language do you think?
I mean, Jin, you would know.
Yeah, I mean, probably Sylvan, at a guess, but I mean, I don't imagine the dogs really talk or anything.
Well, they are fake creatures. They're not any old dog.
I mean,
Do you speak Sylvan, any of you?
excuse me?
Either of you speak Sylvan?
I do, yeah. Main Master understands it as well.
Huh, maybe you can try. I mean, I promised them that I would perform again for them tonight. So if they do come,
Sure. I mean, I was ill. I made a couple of vials of this, and I'll hold up the poison last night out of some of the mushrooms down here. But I'm happy to take a look if they follow us deeper into the caves. But
what is that?
I mean, should be poison. If it works, and if a man's constitution is low enough, then might knock him out without the need to kill him. Should things with Reichsworth go sour?
You're a ready man, Jin.
Sounds agreeable, but how do you administer it?
Well, unfortunately, usually via a wound.
But not entirely painless then.
No, but better than death, I suppose.
True.
Drink it.
I think you'd be hard pressed to trick a man with the suggested intelligence to put a thing like this together to drink some poison. But
Oh no, I mean you want to pop it into their water supply secretly.
Seem to know some interesting tactics, Spear.
Oh well, it's better to subdue an enemy quietly than it is to face them head on. Sometimes,
Oh
Obviously,
no.
I'm not very good at that. I make a lot of noise clanking around, but more agile people such as yourself, Jin, maybe.
Poison in water is the use of fear. We always say is a tactic that should be best reserved for certain situations. Confront your enemy head on and all that. But when it comes to something like this, you might be right. Subterfuge
Well, I
is
mean, if you got a fight, like say there was like a load of younguns that they bring into the bloody Aladdin army, they recruit anyone, won't they? They'll get them younguns in there, they'll give them a sword, not really any training, and then they send them out to the death. It's rather to, knock them out than have to face them and kill them all for no reason. I mean, if we ever have to fight the Aladdin army, obviously, seeing as they seem to be wanting to come this way, so,
I hope it doesn't come to that, Spear.
I mean, we could take them on, probably. They're pretty useless, really, so...
the five of us.
Cheating and using magic and stuff, and, anyway.
Yeah, speaking of clanking around, should we clackety-clack the way down the tunnel?
Have we seen? We've not really passed the point where they've kind of removed part of the wall, have we? And sort of they look like they broke down a bit of like a wall or something.
No, they went down a tunnel that, as far as you can tell, Elizabeth, based on your research and what Reichsworth, the route he wanted to take, and the information you gathered, there is a tunnel here that is open. It's a natural tunnel that goes all the way to the Forest of Iron. The Forest of Iron is just this cul-de-sac that Delvers don't really go to because there's nothing there except, lizard folk and some creatures that live there. But it's not a place considered like bountiful for exploration. So what do you do?
Start taking down the tents.
There's no time to lose now.
As so like Elizabeth, would she be like sorting her book out, like doing her spells ready for the day out in the open, or is that something you kind of do in a tent? Or?
I wouldn't hide it. I suppose I would go outside whilst Jin's taking down the tent. Just find somewhere to sit.
Oh, what's that there you're doing?
Preparing for the day.
Oh, okay. You're a wizard then, are you?
Yes.
Used to work with your kind. There's a few of them used to be pretty useful. So, oh, that's interesting. What kind of stuff do you do then?
Whatever is required. I try not to specialize.
So, you can make lights as well then, can you?
Unfortunately, not. I'm well aware of your problem, and I don't have anything for you, I'm afraid.
Well, I'm sure you got other things you can do. Sorry to bother you, or leave you in peace. Sorry. Just wander back over to Scotland.
I've gone over to where you were with Elizabeth.
Just wander to each other.
I did.
You just turn around.
I did the first entries.
Oh, great! So you dreamt last night?
No. This is from the other ones.
Okay.
Yeah, look, here's the house, and there's the house again, but with look, the sky's different, and the stars. But they're small eyes.
Oh yes, I can see that. Must be very strange.
Yeah, it was, and there's Potts all there with me, and we were hugging. Yeah. Anyway, this is good. This is.
Yes.
Okay.
This is great. You're clearly very talented.
Yeah, thanks. Everyone seems to think so. So, yeah.
One thing that catches your eye, Elizabeth, about even how basic this drawing is that all of it, the only things that are not weird, because you know they are part of Skon is Skon and Potsul. Potsul is the only thing that apparently was there in the dream with him, as he desperately wanted to touch onto something. And because of your previous role, you know of the concept of tethers, something that can help you focus and tether to pull back.
Okay.
You also notice Potzel has a face. And we're holding hands.
Did Potzel speak to you in this dream?
Oh no, he doesn't speak. He's a plant silly.
Right, but he has a face. He doesn't have a face.
Yeah.
Does the face do? Can it see?
No, it just smiles.
Okay. So when you dream again, I assume you didn't dream last night, not in the same way at least.
No, I didn't sleep.
Okay.
Yeah, I stayed on watch, and then I don't know. Time just ends up flying by really quickly.
You stayed on watch all night.
Yeah.
And you definitely heard him snoring during your watch.
That's very impressive. Just when you do dream, next time you fall asleep, just remember your plan. Always think of your plan.
Sure. Okay. I didn't do that last time.
He clearly helps you.
Okay. I thought of this dagger instead last time. Okay. Plan's better. You got a book, so you're like my, Potzel. Oh, I named it after my friend, and he had a book. It's like yours, and he was always looking at it.
A wizard?
Yeah, I think so.
Is he of the order as well?
He knew lots of things. Oh, he taught me this. And I'm just gonna fire a firebolt into an open space.
Yeah.
He taught me that one. I seen him do it, and then I was like, "Well, I don't want to do that with fire." Then.
But you don't need a book, do you?
What?
You don't need a book to do your magic.
No, I did. He needed the book to do it.
But not you.
No, I don't know if he needed the book to do it. He just always had a book.
Okay.
Can you do it?
Not that one, I'm afraid, no. I can do this, and I'll cast Create Bonfire.
Yeah.
Just
Oh, that's brilliant. Like you said you couldn't make lights.
That's still fun.
You were hiding that one back, weren't you?
it'll only last for a while, and I can't take it with us, but fire.
Okay, that one's okay. You can teach me that one, but let's go for now. Think of other things I can learn.
I'm not sure how your magic works exactly. Very interested in how you do it.
I just thought you just think of stuff, and then boom.
I guess you want to think about what you want.
Yeah, I don't know what I want next. Fire's cool. I could do some lightning. Yeah, I know some other stuff, but it's not as cool as those.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing what you can do.
Yeah, me
What
too.
you can do, you can grab that plant and get going, lad. It's getting late.
Okay.
Let's go.
So you all gather your things, you finish packing up, and you start your way deeper down the tunnel into the depths of Blackrock Mountain.
How big's the tunnel? Is it big enough that I can ride? Because
Oh yeah, for sure. It's quite big. It's the ceiling
Okay,
is
cool.
probably about 30 feet tall and 30 feet wide. Let's say it's like almost like a, not a perfect semicircle, but jagged and whatnot. And there are pieces of blackroot that are jutting out in all directions. Sometimes you need to go around them or below them in the tunnel, but you can definitely ride You can definitely write him.
So we're leaving like the main cavern now.
Yes, you're leaving
tunnel.
the main cavern
Okay.
with all the ruins of Shadow Reach, and this is. You get the feeling that this might have been at one point some kind of road that went somewhere else, but obviously because of the Black Road now, it got all kind of like half collapsed, and it is leading deeper and deeper into the mountain itself. Sorry.
I was going to say, just in terms of like lighting and things. I mean, obviously, before even in this cavern, we had that kind of purple thing in the kind of distance. But yeah, obviously everything, the light just disappears.
Oh yeah,
whereas
for
now
sure,
in
for
some
sure.
place-
There's no light at all here.
Yeah. Okay.
But you keep going for about maybe 2 hours, 3 hours. You realize now that this obviously was something that was deliberately built at one point, because it somehow managed to keep its structure, even as I say, some spires kind of like have broken through. But it is quite consistent in its shape as it kind of like meanders and goes in different directions, deeper and deeper down. You start hearing kind of like a little whoosh of wind in the distance, and then it feels like a bit ahead of you the tunnel widens and there is pure darkness ahead of you. The tunnel is obviously coming to an end, but you can't quite see far in the distance beyond the end of the tunnel. But there is just the feeling of it, the echo of your footsteps, the whooshing of wind definitely tells you that you are coming to the end of it, and there is a big place right ahead of you. And you see a faint bluish light in the distance that is not quite enough to illuminate or break the darkness, but there is some kind of like bioluminescence or something deeper beyond the edge of the tunnel in this vast space that opens ahead of you. And it's very faint. It's almost as if you can barely see the side of the stalactite or a stalagmite or a big spire that is growing. So you can barely see the specular edge of them, but thanks to this like bioluminescence. It's not enough to like illuminate diffusely. But you reach the end of the tunnel and you start seeing this vast cavern ahead of you, and the light, you let your eyes adjust, and now it's a bit easier to see inside it, and now you understand where this name comes from, as you see a ton of blackroot growths filling this huge cavern, rising to a impossibly high ceiling. Is completely beyond your dark vision range or your torch's range. One thing that is interesting is that unlike the typical like claw-like spikes found elsewhere in the mountain that you've seen so far, the material here has grown into many different shapes. So it does look like a forest made of black metal. The shapes are all kind of like tangled together and break at odd angles. So instead of being like smooth claw-like shapes, it's kind of like all tangled. They look like branches of a tree essentially, and they thrust up from the ground across the cavern floor and hang from the ceiling, connecting to growth from the groove from the walls, and all looking almost like metal vines, some of them. And in the center at the far end of the cavern that stretches before you for quite some distance, you see the shattered remains of what appears to be originally a natural stone column, really wide at the base, and then it kind of like thinned a bit and disappears into the darkness. And it looked like it is the kind of like stone formation, natural, that would hold the ceiling, but it's completely been shattered and destroyed, and it's kind of like broke in pieces and collapsed as growths of the blackroot have grown all around it, almost like a vine growing around the trunk of a tree. and as it did, it kind of like destroyed it and shattered. So now it is growths of blackroot that are performing kind of like that function of holding the ceiling by having grew around and destroyed this natural stone column. And you see to the right what appears to be growths of blackroot. So as you come into this the edge of this cavern, there are two paths, one that goes to the right and one that goes to the left, and then there's kind of like a sheer cliff face, and then that cavern floor ahead of you with a shattered column in the middle. And to the right, at the end of the path, the blackroot has grown into what appears to be ferns, all kind of like bush-like and all growing very close together. And to the left, you see some kind of like spired tree. It is like a huge tree of twisted metal spires made of the same material, and there is some kind of like black water that has pooled around this tree, and there is something odd about it. It just looks like a tree surrounded by black water in the distance, and this is what you see. And this is all essentially thanks to this bioluminescence coming from fungi or algae, or you're not exactly sure what the substance is, but it's all in the walls. And now that you're closer, it kind of like gives enough light. It's dim to see all this scene ahead of you. Sorry for the long description, but I want to give you the full picture.
I guess as we move in to the... So we've come to like a T road almost. We're coming up
Correct.
the bit, and then it's going...
To the sides. And
Yeah.
then the cliff down maybe 100 feet, and then the cavern floor.
So I'm just going to jump down off Kozumasa.
Mhm.
Should we look for tracks from the rest of them? The expedition before is Reichsworth. We've got two directions to go in. If you want to get out of here quickly, I guess looking to follow his trail seems like the best bet.
Just clarification, both paths go down, as I say, fern forest to the right, spire tree to the left, and then obviously they end up joining in the cavern floor ahead of you, which...
Oh, so it's almost like a
Correct, like
a
two moon shapes.
Art Deco
From
staircase.
Yeah, kind of
that
like
kind of
that.
goes down.
Well, I mean, I'd say both paths lead down. The question is whether one of them is dangerous or less dangerous than the other.
Well,
I'd
if
like
it's
to do
been
with that water.
tread recently, then there's a chance whatever might be there, hostile or otherwise, might have either been removed for their safe passage or retreated.
Well, look around for those tracks. I mean, I can't see anything, to be honest.
I mean, you have your torch and light now.
Yeah, I mean, unless I tell you otherwise, I'm always going to keep a coin.
Okay. So you keep a coin lit for spear, I guess, and spear. You're also holding the torch, or just the coin?
I'm just standing right next to Kodo, and probably I'd imagine progressively kind of like shorter time spans, just like reminding him to
refresh the coin. Okay.
Yeah.
So who wants to make a survival check to see if you see any tracks?
I guess
Happy to
I'll
help.
start having a look around, yeah. Given that there's no more orc eyes.
I'll shine light with the coin on the floor.
Yeah.
Oh, you're giving me a help.
Yeah.
If I've got dark vision and we've got... Oh, that means it's just regular light, doesn't it? I'm not in there. It wasn't great. Oh, it was alright. 14.
14. So as you look, I can actually show you. I have a bit of art for this. So
this is what space is.
So this is what it looks like from the edge.
Wow.
You have that bioluminescence, and then the path to the right is this one through these ferns, and then to the left is out of view here. And then this column, this natural column in the middle that has grown up, but it has been replaced essentially by growths of the blackroot. So I guess a nice image as kind of like visual inspiration. So you definitely see that they went left because the ferns to the right looks, a lot harder to walk through with a big group than to the left, where the left is just, there is this big tree, spire tree with like black water, but there's plenty of space to walk around it, as opposed to the fern forest, which appears is the kind of place that you would get like caught in clothing and hurt. And the blackroot is metal, so, and it is quite sharp, so you can definitely see here that it could be dangerous if you get caught or pushed to a piece of root or whatever.
I've got some bad news for you, Coda. It looks like they went down towards that water. I mean, it makes sense. Open space is easier to look for any threats, but
They're underwater.
well, we don't know how deep it is from here. Could just be on the surface, but we also don't know what it is. Elizabeth, you mentioned that you were some kind of an alchemist or something.
Yes.
Do you think you could see if there's anything harmful in that water?
I can do my best. It's black water. Are we sure there's nothing going to be below the surface?
I mean, they had to have passed over it.
Okay, I will take a look, but if someone can just stay close. I'm anxious.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to accompany you down there.
Man,
Oh.
if someone needs to go in the water, I don't mind going in the water as long as you give me a light. That's all.
Nobody's going in the water. We're looking at the water. Nobody's going in. Right?
I mean, that would be preferred. Spear might be a bit early days. Unless they were building boats before they came down here with all that wood.
Oh, you want to build a boat? I never built a boat.
No,
before, but-
Spear, we don't need to build a boat. Just, we don't know how deep it is yet.
How big is the water anyway? How wide are these pools?
No, it's so there is like a big tree, and
Yeah.
there is like a pool of black, like brackish water, maybe 30 feet wide. But you can definitely go around it. It's not like not blocking the entire passage.
Okay.
It has pooled around this blackroot tree.
Actually, as I move over here, I can see that we could probably just walk around it if needs be.
Fabulous. Decided then. Lead the way.
But if you want to have an experiment just for your own curiosity, then
Well, I'm just imagining crocodiles. I don't know where this come from, the thought, but something beneath the water. I would like to know a little bit more about it before I pass it now. If this is a place of threat, I don't know what to expect. Sorry. Should I be expecting danger?
oh,
Well,
absolutely down here, yes.
If you want, I can get some water. Do you want me to get you a bit of water? Give me a container, a cup or something, or a bowl maybe, or
Probably have like a test tube or something with my alchemy
Yeah.
supplies.
I'll get you some water. So I'll just walk to the water. And
Okay.
Just keep a little bit.
As you approach the tree and you can see it, you go down the left path. You see that there are corpses hanging from the tree. You see what may look like two humans. They are severely decomposed. They have been here for a while. We're talking months, not days. And one appears to be a drow. So a couple of humans and a drow, and they're hanging from the tree, kind of like with ropes, and yeah, that's all there is to it. But they're still wearing some clothes and whatnot. The only thing that catches your attention is that the drow appears to be there's some kind of like amulet hanging from the neck, because it has the composed. It's a lot more obvious against the backdrop of its like rotten bone and flesh.
But is that over the water though?
Yes, so the pool of water is 30-foot radius around the tree, and the bodies are hanging like near the center, near the trunk in the middle.
I would have come with you, Spear, because I don't think I'd have let you just walk off on your own into this
I thought we
place.
were all Okay, I thought we were all sort of going.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you are
I mean, I
all
thought,
going
yeah.
together as far as I
okay,
know.
we're going. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
because
fine.
Coda's got the lights.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna get some water. Oh, I'm stepping over it.
I was just thinking like your big heavy footsteps. Then you're just gonna know you're.
Okay.
Do you want? Oh, what's that amulet about? That's kind of well. Should we cut them bodies down though? I mean, I don't know. It's a bit not nice, isn't it, leaving people hanging like that? But
I mean, there's your danger, Elizabeth.
How?
And
how-
why?
Who would have done this? Why here?
Some sort of like signal to deter intruders of some kind.
Is there any, looking up at the bodies, are there any kind of like lacerations on them or anything where like the blood may have sort of drained from the bodies to below the tree? Kind of like, is that what they do with halal meat, where it's like all the blood is like drained out of the body?
Okay. Make a. So
It's not
so
halal,
yeah,
mate.
because the pool of water is 30-foot radius. So it is harder to see. You're certainly 30 feet away from the trunk where the bodies are hanging. But make a amazing check with disadvantage. I mean, you will have to be closer to examine them.
Oh, I got a natural 20 and an 8, so 13 total.
Okay, 13. Okay, I'm gonna say this. Even though it is incredibly hard to confirm at such a distance, those details, they certainly look like they certainly look like they could have been bleeding over this. I mean, it your conclusion, your guess, it looks obvious enough to you.
I can't be sure, but you don't think that water, they've drained these bodies into whatever liquid this is, do you? Like a trough or something. For feeding, I don't know. I don't know what could be in there or who or why they would have done this, but it certainly looks from here that could be the case.
oh, it's not nice though.
Stop
Are there-
looking at them.
Well, we should get them down from that. How long is that the rope they're attached to?
I think it's 50 feet standard rope.
So they're like hanging quite. Basically, if I was to try and like get them swinging, would their pendulum arc be enough that they could like come out away from the water?
No.
No, okay.
They're quite high up, aren't they?
No, I mean they're probably. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant that the rope you have is 50 feet. No, they're not. They're maybe 6 foot off the ground. They're not that high up.
Oh, okay.
And there are the branches of this kind of like spire tree growth. They come out over the water to the sides, not quite to the edge of where you are, but a certain distance.
I wonder if. Do you reckon, Jin? Do you reckon that amulet she's got on there? You reckon that's like maybe tell us who they were?
I mean, it might do, but we've got to get to there first.
Scott, and you can move things with your mind, right?
No, not. Can we just figure out what killed them and then work out how to not bump into them?
Well, can you not just get the amulet from up there?
Set my hand up, but look away, and then it'll just stop moving. No. So it's going to keep moving every time we look away, but so I have to adjust it each time. So adjust the trajectory.
Yeah. Okay. So you're doing that. You send your hand, which has a range of 30 feet.
60.
60. Oh, okay. You can definitely get to the bodies. Yeah.
Okay, so the hand's going to go, then it's going to go very delicately remove it.
Okay. So the amulet hanging
Without
from
touching, without touching the corpse.
without touching the corpse. Okay. So you're kind of like gingerly kind of like picking the amulet up.
Yeah.
And then as you do, the chain is hanging from kind of like gets stuck in the drow's like limp head. and it kind of like you're just pulling against its jaw as the chain kind of like catches a bit there, and like you manage to go around and then eventually pull it out, and you can bring it to you.
Here it comes, here it comes. Ooh, catch it, catch it. I was kind of like hover as soon as it gets above your head, just go drop it. And then disappear.
Oh, well, thanks. I'll open it up. Is it open? Or?
It looks like look almost like an idol rather than like an amulet that you can open. It appears to be cracked, and it has a quite an odd and just to describe it properly, kind of like almost like a demonic shape. Is a creature with like a weird face with horns and two massive arms with pincers at the end. Make a religion check, whoever can take a look at it.
Going to peek over his shoulder.
It's a small idol, like this big.
Wave in everyone's face. Does anyone know what this is then?
Yeah, you don't recognize it, Coda.
Is it something that I could make a religion check for? Or
Yeah,
is it,
anyone can make a religion check to see if they're. You cannot help each other. This is totally like self-knowledge.
Okay,
Total.
19. Sorry, Shane, I spoke over you. What was yours?
20.
20.
Oh, yours is one better.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what you needed to recognize it. Elizabeth, you recognize this as a glabrezu, which is a type of fiend, a demon. If you look it up, glabrezu, you'll see what it looks like. It's like a massive thing that has two arms with pincers and two little extra arms growing from his body.
Those little arms are stupid. It looks like a kobold that put on cosplay but hasn't put the legs on yet.
Yeah, so it looks like that. It is this big, and it appears to be cracked. It isn't. It is damaged, or it's still holding its shape, but damaged.
This looks like a glabrezu, but I don't know what significance it has.
I'm just gonna
Glabrezu again.
A demon.
Demon worshippers, then. The plot thickens.
Just gonna kneel down onto the ground, put my hand there, and do a divine sense ping.
Okay. You definitely don't detect any of undead, celestial, or fiends in the vicinity.
I can't feel any demons around us, if that's any consolation. No fiends, no celestials, no undead.
That's good.
You mentioned
Sounds good.
before that those dogs, you thought they were Fae. Is that right, Coda?
Yes, I'm quite certain of it.
I'm gonna cast Detect Good and Evil.
Okay. The table
So
and evil,
the-
just checking exactly how it works. Okay, within 30 feet of you.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna sort of stand up, and if I don't feel anything, I'm just sort of gonna pace around. The water's circular, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
I
pace
mean, it's
round
not perfect
bits.
circle, of course, but yeah.
Yeah. Sort of walk around that to cover sort of a bigger area of it.
Yeah. So you definitely don't detect any aberration, celestial, elemental, fae, fiend, or undead. Wow. Yeah. No. But magically consecrated secret. So there is definitely a sense of necrotic energy coming from the water. You get the feeling that it might not be very healthy. There is a power in it, and also in the amulet itself.
Am I right to do a circle without any ill effect coming if I just kind of walk all the way around it? I'm not gonna like get somewhere and then you're like, oh, if you get to there,
No.
you spring a trap.
Yeah, no. You can definitely walk around it, and there is definitely something of a necrotic nature, as like a desecrated place, or consecrated to some kind of like whatever evil nature there that suffuses the waterway energy, and then the idol itself.
So I'll come back from doing like a walk kind of around the thing. Elizabeth, if you're gonna have a look at that water, then I can tell you that whilst I can't feel the presence of anything living here, anything evil, specifically, any fae, no demons, that water, it's got an energy about it, sort of a necrotic feel, just residual coming off it, and I'm just going to touch that idol. This as well. Something about this is off.
If you could afford me the time, I'd be happy to analyze it.
Given that we don't know much about this place, I think any knowledge would be beneficial to us. I'll look around to see if there's any sort of like rocks, bigger rocks nearby.
Yeah, there are tons of them. Yep.
I'll just climb up to the top of one of them and draw my bow and like hold 2 arrows.
Okay.
I'm happy to keep an eye out if you need some time to investigate.
Sure. I guess we're taking a break, or you are, and I'll go sit by the rock that he's stood on top of and start casting Identify ritual cast on the idol.
Is it just a 1 foot rock? And you're just a tiny bit ahead.
Yeah, you see.
Just standing on like a crane.
Yeah, you see Violet. Yeah, pulling out a pearl. A pearl, is it?
Violet?
Yeah.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, Pearl.
What did I say?
Violet.
Sorry. Hey, it would have been crazy.
The pearl.
Hi, I'm Violet. I am back and I have a pearl. Elizabeth.
What kind of egg is this? Tell me.
Pulls out a pearl and start with the book and starts reading from the book, kind of like following script there and going over with the idol. Anyone else? What are you doing during this 10 minutes? The rest, the spears gone.
Let me see if there's anything useful for today.
Okay.
I assume I've scooped some of that water out into that test tube you gave me as well at some point.
You want to scoop?
I'll just
scoop some water.
Yeah, and bring that to Elizabeth and just kind of
make a dexterity check for me, please.
A dexterity check?
Yeah, I want to see how well you scoop that water without touching it. Because if you're scooping on it, how are you scooping water without then sinking your fingers into the liquid with a test tube?
Oh, I wasn't really thinking that far.
Okay, then you touch the water.
Whoa.
Then do a dexterity saving throw.
As you touch the water, you feel a bit odd, and then there's something about it. Make a Constitution saving throw.
13.
13.
Was a luckily low roll that as well.
What's the smells like?
You take 3 points of necrotic damage as the metal and wood around your fingers where you hold the test tube kind of like start dissolving a bit. And as you pull out, but you did, you get the feeling that you managed to save from an ulterior effect, let's call it. But yeah, it hurt quite a lot. But now you have some water inside your tube.
Really? Yeah. That water's really. Oh, don't put your hand in that, Scott. That was a bit stupid on me, wasn't it? Sorry. I got some for you though, Elizabeth. There you go. Watch out. There might be a bit of the stuff still on there.
Gives you the test without the stopper. It's kind of like sloshing around.
Thank you.
Yeah, be careful with that. It's dangerous. So what do you reckon to this amulet then? What are you doing with it?
I don't know yet. Just I'm trying to work it out. I need a bit of concentration if that's all right.
Oh yeah, okay, I'll be quiet. I'll just stand there and watch.
Okay, you stand there and watch. And after, yeah,
Lucas, how does it smell?
sorry.
How does this place smell right now?
It smells odd because it looks like it should be vegetation, but because of it's so blackroot, there is this weird smell of dampness. I mean, have you ever been in a really deep cavern? There is this smell of damp and stale air. That's how it smells.
Some people say Wales is a really deep cavern. But it's not foul. There's nothing like foul.
No, not particularly. Not more than any other cavern you may have been in the past. No.
Okay, never mind.
Okay. I mean, it does feel like those corpses there have been there for a while because they don't also smell like particularly bad. Elizabeth, you finally get some time to concentrate, and you realize that there was powerful magic in this idol indeed, but because it has been cracked, its magic is fading, and there is a last wisp of it that you can get out of it. This is basically it has one use left essentially before the magic fades, but that use allows you to cast Confusion once with a DC of 15. It's a 4th level spell, and then the magic would completely be gone.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Oh, what does it do?
Had it not been cracked, it would have been tremendously dangerous. But it contains the spell.
Contains what spell?
I believe it's called Confusion.
Oh, okay.
Not something I'm yet able to do. Something I'm interested in learning, but for anyone to be able to take this and control that kind of magic.
Well, you got it now, isn't it? So it's fine. Look, you know. Well, I mean, I assume you're a good person. You don't seem, but then sometimes I'm not the best judge of character. But I guess I've only really known you for like a day, so maybe give it to Coda. Maybe he can look after it.
It's fine.
Jump down off the rock and join you.
I'd rather not have a Glebrazu, or whatever it's called, demonic item on my possession.
Oh, it seemed kind of cute though. You know, look at it with his little arms on the sides there.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if anything, I would suggest not using it unless it's strictly necessary.
What does it do, this magic? Confusion. It sounds...
It's quite self-explanatory, really, but...
Well, you wanted a non-violent approach should Reichsworth prove an adversary. Sounds
True.
like it could be beneficial for that, no?
Yes.
Something
It's
you can
hit and miss.
release?
It's something. Yes, we can use it once. A bit hit and miss in its how successful it will be, but tremendously powerful.
If you release it, would we need to clear the area? Do you know?
It'll be just the one person. You just don't want to be the target of this thing. I imagine it's not the best experience.
I say a lucky find then.
I suppose better us having it than anyone else.
So how do you use it then? Do you know? Is it just like throw it at someone or something like that? Is it? Or...
I mean, it's the same way as you do any other spell, but it's just channeling your magic through this instead of what you would usually use. So,
Oh, okay.
I mean, I know the schools of Bard talk about this spell. Some bards can do it, but normally it's not for one person. It's an area. I've seen bards use it in pubs to quite
Wow.
funny, if somewhat devastating effect.
some powerful and dick bards. Sorry.
Casting level 4 spells, but also still playing in pubs.
Hey, there's no shame in that.
Life took a turn. Well,
Used to be an adventure until.
Played in a pub and then couldn't let that go. The thrill was too much.
do you think that it's worth moving on then? If there's nothing else you could do here, Elizabeth, that water.
Oh, well, I haven't had a look at that yet. I mean, I could take a look, but I see that Spear's fingers told us what that does.
Burns you pretty bad. But if you want to throw it in someone's face in the middle of a fight, pretty good, I reckon. Actually, maybe we should get some more of it just in case. Have you got any more than beakers? Maybe actually I won't do it with my hand this time because that was a bit stupid.
Gonna look at. Sorry, changed. Just
Not really. Out of character, I don't have any. It's just what I have in my kit. So to start dealing out explosives would be.
Yeah. So the alchemist kit, I'm gonna say, you have enough normally to mix stuff. If you want, you can definitely use. I'm gonna say that. Let's say you have like 4 tubes, but if you use them to carry this liquid or any other, then it would hamper your ability to do more alchemical things because then you wouldn't have tubes to mix stuff with. Essentially, it would make the alchemist kit unusable until you get more tubes.
Can I see your hand, Spear, just where it burnt you?
Oh, there you go. It'll be all right. It'll heal itself up in no time. Don't worry about me. I'd much worse than this. It just by the morning, it just sort of takes care of itself really. So
Looking at the wound, I know he's made of like metal and wood, so it's a bit more difficult. Does it look like sort of maybe acid would do this kind of thing? Does it look like it's sort of burnt by acid, or given that I know it's necrotic, does it look kind of like more like it's been drained of life or something?
Appears to have it appears to have had like an erosional effect on it, if it makes sense. So it's more like it's more like a toxic substance.
Okay. Whatever it is, it's certainly dangerous to the touch. You're right. Do you need it healed, or
no, don't worry about me. It's fine. You know me. Take a few hits now and then. It's not a problem, you know. It's what I was made for, isn't it? So.
What say the rest of you? Do we keep moving, or do you want to study that now, Elizabeth?
I mean, if we're going past it, I don't see any value in it, unless I see no pressing reason to.
Well, given what it did to Spear's hand, I can assure you there's probably not any crocodiles in there.
Indeed, something much worse, I'm sure.
Okay, so you keep moving. As you move forth around this tree, you come back essentially to the center of the cavern. Ahead of you, a certain distance, you can still see these big growths of blackroot around the column. But before you get to that, right ahead of you, you see some kind of pit. There are spires kind of like lined around the pit. It almost looks like a shaft essentially, and there are like sharp blackroot spires that jut out of it, and there is like a bit of a wind howling from below, kind of like almost like a permanent wind, and there are all sorts of offerings around the pit. In fact, the pit almost looks like because of the spires, it almost looks like a mouth with those spires like the teeth of a sarlacc, like the sarlacc pit in Star Wars, kind of like that thing, but it's all it looks like that. It doesn't move or anything, and there are offerings all set around the pit. It appears to be like small like bubbles and you know nothing nothing of good manufacture, but like little things. And then you see some traces of blood and some broken pieces of broken clay that were part of the offerings, signs of a recent struggle, but no corpses. And then beyond this big pit in the center, you can see the spire ahead of you. But then to the left, you now see what looks to be 5 monoliths. And these don't look like spires, these the Blackroot ones. These are smooth. They have 4 sides and they end up like in a triangle, like a monolith, essentially, like almost like an obelisk. And those 5 are around a clearing of Blackroot, as it were. And there are torches set all around this clearing. It's probably maybe 150 or 200 feet to your left as you kind of like go around this pit, and is past a tunnel that opens a bit like a mouth and then opens up again. So it's not part of the main cavern. And what you see is there in the almost like dancing or moving around these monoliths in the distance, a group of people. There are maybe 5 or 6 foot tall, not very tall. 6 of these creatures are kind of like kneeling around the monolith, and there is one in the middle walking inside a circle of monoliths and kind of like doing some kind of weird dance, if you will, with torches and fires lit all around it. And from a distance, because of the fire, you can probably see their I'm going to say that you, Jen, Elizabeth, and Koda, you all 3 recognize, just based on either historical knowledge or knowledge of races and whatnot, as lizard folk.
I think we found who might have hung those people from the trees.
The
Looks
people
like
I
lizard folk.
spoke to yesterday were not lizard folk,
No.
right?
No. Well, this could be worse than crocodiles, but close.
What are they?
They're the lizard folk. From what I know, they trade with some people. They're just very territorial, so maybe if you make it clear that we're not here to invade their... whatever this ritual is, they might let us pass. Do we have anything worth trading? Any offerings maybe for this pit here?
This makes me think of Ballymun. Normally,
Got a I've got a spear dagger. Got this key. But we should keep the key. Some stones.
I've got a couple of quarters. Perhaps they like it.
Maybe you could trade them like a song instead. You're pretty good with the music, right? Maybe they like, you know.
I can sing them a song of my people.
There you go. Problem solved.
How far away are they, roughly?
200 feet, like almost like in a side tunnel. There's like a mouth in the larger cavern, and a bit of a short tunnel, and then it opens up into a secondary, smaller cavern, and that's where these 5 monoliths are.
Just gonna check the tracks again to see if there's any indication as to where like Reichsworth and his party may have
Yeah, you
moved.
don't have to roll. It's you kind of like following around what you already know. It does appear that they went. They stopped for a while here in this pit area, and then they went straight for the big pillar in the center of the cavern. Well, at the far end of the cavern.
I mean, if it informs anyone, I can tell you it looks like Reichsworth and his men spent some time round here near the offerings. They didn't seem to move towards those lizard folk. It looks like they just went down straight for the column in the center.
Yeah, I mean, and there are signs of a struggle. There was a bit of a fight.
There's
here.
some blood.
Yeah, and some
But
blood.
there's blood here. And some of these pots are broken, so whether they had an altercation with the lizard men, we can't be sure.
I was about to suggest that we go speak to them. I thought it might be interesting, but given that there's blood, perhaps not.
Yeah, but at the same time, territorial creatures, if we move through silently and they see us, might be worse off.
Is it better just to, try and intimidate them a little bit, make them?
I mean, I think that might end up, given that there is already a fight happened here. We know they're aggressive. They're prone to violence, it seems. So I think going in strong is probably
Maybe
a
they'll respect
non-advisable
that then.
approach.
What if we talk to them but stay hidden?
I think you'd struggle to get close enough for your voice to carry without them spotting you. They've got a lot of light up in there.
No, I don't need to speak out loud.
You
You're
could,
right, though.
you could be adding confusion to that anger.
They do have a lot of light up there. That's pretty. Maybe we should just go and have a chat with them. Maybe they're really nice people.
Concern is that they
I
might
keep
mistake
thinking about those
us
bodies.
for Wrightsworth and his folk.
Maybe make sure that amulet is hidden. If its previous owners found themselves hanging from that tree, maybe it somehow angered them.
Tuck that in a satchel.
Okay.
Would I have any idea what language lizard folk might speak natively?
Make a. This would be either nature or history. Let's do history.
Oh, damn.
Hasselton.
Sorry.
Oh, natural 20. We're all right. I've learned a language.
So you know that they speak Draconic.
Do I know hello in Draconic because of that wonderful roll?
You know what? Yes, you know hello in Draconic. You know hello and una cerveza, por favor.
Nice. Something,
Thank
please.
you.
This is a classic for, Lisa for tourism.
It's a long shot. Any of you speak Draconic?
No.
No.
Can't talk to animals. And they are lizards, after all.
Maybe that potion of comprehend language would have come in handy after all. Hindsight. We'll just say hello out loud then in Draconic.
Okay. As you say that,
Hello!
yeah. Woodcocks! As you say that, the one that is kind of like dancing in the middle immediately stops, look around, and you can hear orders being barked essentially, but you can't understand, and also they are quite far. And then immediately, three of the ones that are sitting around the monolith, like stand up, grab shields and what appears to be javelins, and they start coming towards you in a perfectly formed line of three. They can keep a formation. That's the sense you get. And they come probably around like 60 feet away from you and go onto their knees with the javelins up. They start speaking Draconic.
What did you say to them?
I only know hello.
Are you sure you said hello? Because you might have said something else like, "Oh, we're gonna kill you" or something.
We didn't say that was going to happen.
I'll just take a step forwards.
Okay, I'm spending the next 10 minutes doing something.
Next 10 minutes.
Wow.
What do you do?
Do you speak the common tongue?
And the one that was now dancing in the middle starts approaching behind them. What you want? Want. The echo around the cavern.
Safe passage.
Safe passage!
There's blood on the ground here. We want to ensure that we won't spill any of yours if you don't spill any of ours.
You with the inventor! You kill! You torture! You know Delver?
We're looking for him, but we're not with him.
Make a persuasion check.
Tortured them. What's he talking about?
21.
You heal!
Only those that get in our way. And I don't think you will. You look like the helpful sort.
You heal! We need heal!
Oh, heal. I thought you were saying kill.
Well, he's got an accent.
Sorry. I can heal, yes.
You alone! Come!
I'll turn around and look at all of you guys to see what your facial expression is, kind of.
Worried.
Is this a trap kind of look?
Nonplussed.
I love it. Worried, nonplussed.
Coat of my eyes land on you. I give you a small nod. And then I'll, just start walking forward towards them, I guess.
The three that are information kind of like take a step to the side. They open a path for you. And then two of the other ones that were staying at the back kind of like go and flank the one that is talking to you in broken common. And keep the javelins trained on you. As the guy says, the one that appears to be... I mean, you would imagine, just based on your experience with different cultures and so on, there is obviously some kind of religious figure, some kind of like shamanistic person. Kind of like looks at you. Follow! Heal! And we talk. And kind of like starts going back towards the monolith. The other three kind of like close ranks again, and they're still keeping your eyes 60 feet away from the rest of the group, still keeping your eyes on the rest of their eyes on the rest of the group. So you are led back to what you immediately recognize as living spaces, and there is in the middle of this circle of monoliths, there is what is obviously an arcane circle. Now you can recognize it as such, but it's not within the type of magic you know. But you will recognize as an arcane circle, something that probably Elizabeth or Coda, based on your knowledge, would know about, based on the type of people that normally deal with this kind of thing. But it is very faded and old. This is not new at all. This is ancient, but it has been kind of like swept and tried to be kept in as good a shape as possible by the Lizardfolk using brooms that are kind of like lying around the circle.
As we're walking through the tunnel to get into the thing, I'm just going to say, those bodies out there, is that you?
Those intruders killed long time ago, but we trade. Look, and points to the side, and you see three Lizardfolk corpses on one side. They're having covered with some kind of stone. They kind of like made a line of stones encircling them perfectly. And then onto the other side, in what is the living quarters, and you see some kind of like bedding there. Two bodies appear to be breathing, but are quite badly hurt. One of them has a nasty cut across the chest, and the other one is bleeding from the side of their head.
The inventor did this.
Inventor! Torture! Kill! Wanted! Secrets!
I'll kneel down beside one of the bodies, just inspect the wounds to kind of get an idea as to what it was done with, whether it was done with like magic or weapons.
He appears to be very obviously have done with weapons.
Okay. On the first body, I'll spend 3 points of lay on hands, just like try and close up the wounds a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah, that
And
will
then-
save them.
Then do the same on the second body.
Okay.
Like just move between them and just focus on the wounds and
Yeah, that's enough to kind of like get them on a healing path, let's say, from their wounds. And after you do that and you touch them, you close your eyes, and there is this wave of like greenish energy, almost like it looks like vines growing from the tips of your fingers that like extend across the body and almost pull, almost like rope pulling the wound together. But it's this like greenish like tendrils. The Lysafol looks at you. Here, and like puts the arms up, and the other ones that were kind of around the circle like go rada rada rada.
I thought you said kill her for a second there.
Healer.
there's no trouble. Do you think my party could join us? I don't want them to be worried out there.
Looks at you for a moment. Oh, all right. Let them pass. And the two that were like kind of like guarding you, like run up to the line of 3. So you all see as the 2 of the Lysafol come up and kind of like signal, and the 3 that were standing there with the javelins stand up and kind of like almost make 2 lines, allowing you to get in. Urash! Urash! They start like shouting in Draconic, but making obvious signs for you to come over.
Okay, we start following him.
Start following you.
Okay. So you all arrive at this cavern with the monoliths, the arcane circle, the corpses, and the living quarters where these 2 people are that have been healed now by Jane, standing next to this like shamanistic figure that appears to be some kind of leader.
Seems that Reichsworth injured these 2, killed the 3 out there. Might be that he's dangerous after all.
Right. We're good to go through?
I don't know why he would do any of this. I've never seen him hurt anyone.
Aren't you supposed to be like his apprentice or something?
I was.
Well, I mean, you sure you know him like you say you do? It doesn't sound like a very nice person.
Well, he didn't talk that much, to be honest. He was always just writing things down and just doing stuff. But he was always nice to people.
Hey, killer, have men with weapons, nasty, iron, attack, kill. They want passage. They go to pillar, break opening and go down. They desecrate the sacred pillar. You must kill.
Did they not try to talk to you first? Did they just attack?
They talk, no patience.
They were in a rush?
They wanted. They go to pillar. Pillar sacred. We impede access. They kill. Now we want revenge. You go pillar. After you kill, we let you.
Why did they torture your people? What were they hoping to achieve?
They want to find secret entrance. We know no secret entrance. Pillar is pillar. So they make their own.
It's down there then. Where did they go to?
They break pillar. I don't know. I didn't know pillar could be broken.
Elizabeth, you mentioned that you thought maybe they were building something. Did they have anything strange with them, my friend?
Big breakers, big pillar breakers. Big robot machine. Pillar breakers.
Like this? I'll gesture to spear.
Looks at spear. Different. Larger.
Bigger?
How much bigger?
bigger, maybe this bigger. They use sacred metal to break pillar. And kind of like looks around and picks up what appears to be a shard of blackroot, that like a jagged piece of blackroot, broken, and holds it a bit like a dagger. Sacred metal.
Oh, well, if they've got sacred metal, can I have a bit of sacred metal to fight them with if you have
No!
to fight them then? But how am I supposed to fight them if they've got sacred metal and I haven't got sacred metal?
No, sacred metal stays in the forest. You go kill, because they break forest, they break pillar.
What type of metal is it? Is it the same type of metal of the?
It looks like he's holding, in the shape of a dagger, a piece of blackroot metal that has been eventually like filed into more or less the shape of a dagger, and then a piece of leather put around just to hold it as a
Yeah.
Oh, but you like to trade though, right?
Not for sacred stuff.
Oh, okay.
You.
This is bad. He's gonna break. It sounds like he's gonna try and release this thing.
Release?
Breaking stuff and doors and.
Yes, it's bad. You are right. Kid is right. Breaking sacred stuff. You must stop.
How long ago? Oh, sorry, George, you go.
So, yeah, we will.
Then you friends.
How long since he passed through here?
A week?
A week.
Oh no.
4 days. Our week.
How long does it take to get to the pillar?
Pillar is right there.
Oh, it's already broken.
Bro, pillar with machines of pillar breaking.
Okay. So I got the wrong end of the stick. I thought he was going to the pillar to break it.
No, pillar is broken, went down.
Was
We cannot
figuring that
approach.
Cool.
Pillar breaking machines guard the hole. We cannot go to sacred pillar anymore, or machines kill us.
What? So you're saying these machines are at the pillar still, guarding it?
Yes, he left pillar breaking machines behind.
Well, we should probably go and have a look at what they are and see, maybe if they're warforged, maybe I could chat to them and, get them on our side. Maybe they don't understand why they're here doing this, Probably been tricked.
Two of these machines.
2 machines. Nasty.
We're wasting time. We gotta go.
If you kill Desecrator and holds a blackroot dagger, I give you sacred dagger.
We'll see it done. Thank you for your understanding.
Thank for heal.
It is no trouble. Keep safe down here.
No. Kind of like goes to one side, and the other ones, 2 of the other ones kind of like go to the bodies you heal as they start like slowly waking up, and they go, they kind of like tend into them. So what do you do?
Is now a good time to take a quick
Yeah,
break? Or?
yeah, we can do that, and then.
Let's just go. Let's just go in character and out of character.
Elizabeth, I want you to roll an Arcana check as you walk past. I don't know if you were going to ask or
Yeah,
not.
I was exactly going to tell her
Yeah.
to take a look at that.
Because
But
it's
yeah. So I was gonna.
your
have
eyes
to-
are obviously drawn to it as you walk into this.
Is that help? Is that an advantage there? Or
Well, you can definitely look at it together and say, "Oh, look at that one."
Yeah, well, I wanted to point it out to her.
the advantage did not help. The advantage was a natural 1, but 21 total.
21 total. Okay. I'm gonna say that's enough to know that the shape of it and the structure of it is some kind of teleportation circle, but the glyphs are totally alien to you. It is not something that you have seen beyond some very old and ancient writings about precursor tech, which is very much guarded within the Institute of Magic. So it kind of like tickles that memory, but the structure is obviously a teleportation circle.
I'm going to try and take some notes whilst people are talking of these glyphs.
Okay, yeah, you can. Okay, make an intelligence check just to make sure you know how. It's not going to be bad, but you know, some of the accuracy is important.
Ah, crap. 7.
7. Okay, you start taking notes. Coda, you. The only thing that you can tell as part of the help that you gave Elizabeth there, again, you know, teleportation circle, but the glyphs. Wait, no, you haven't seen it. No, nothing. sorry, it was my bad. It was my bad. Yeah, nothing triggers your memory in any other way.
Have I seen it?
You would have seen it, yes. I mean, the glyphs are obviously similar to your cylinder.
Okay, that's fine. I guess I don't know. I probably have noticed, but not really noticed.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not something that you're particularly, you know, tuned in.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. I wouldn't have been like, oh, that's
yeah.
you know.
But you know, now you were kind of like talking to Elisa Folk and healing, but as you see Coda and Elizabeth kind of like going over, and Elizabeth sitting down, getting a book out, and she start like writing, you're like, those look familiar, and that's where we're gonna take a break. Okay. So how much do you want?
15.
15.
All right, cool. So I'll see you at 5-2. 5-7.
Cool.
In a bit.
Nice.
Hello. Hello. Okay. So, when we left off, you were scribbling down what you gathered from this arcane circle, Elizabeth, with the help of Coda, while Jim, kind of like walking past and say, "Oh yeah, I know those glyphs. I recognize them." That's it. What are you guys doing?
Exactly that.
Okay. So
Continuing on towards the pillar, I
okay.
think.
So as you finish taking your notes, you gather together. The lizard folk kind of like come over. No. Do come back. We give reward. Kill the inventor.
I can't promise that we'll kill him. There doesn't need to be any more blood spilled if it's not necessary, but we'll definitely get him away from here for you.
Fixed pillar. Sacred pillar. Broken.
I think that might be out of the realms of possibility as well. I'm sorry.
No matter.
But if he leaves, maybe you can fix it.
Have you got any glue or any some kind of sticky substance?
Okay. And kind of like steps away, a bit deflated, but at least hopeful that you were helpful to them. So you start making your way towards the pillar, and you see again this huge shattered column of stone and the twisted black spires that form this replacement pillar, if you will, of black metal, black root all around it, kind of like twisting and tangled all together. And obviously it's much wider at the base, and the natural stone blocks are kind of like broken and collapsed and scattered around it. But you see there in the middle what looks to be some kind of opening where the blackroot has been broken into, cut. It is all kind of like jagged and collapsed and scattered bits of it all around the place. And it leads this almost like entrance like hole that was cut into the pillar. It's not very tall. It's probably about 6 or 7 foot tall, and 6 or 7 foot wide as well. Kind of like a semicircle, if you wish. It leads inside, and there are sharp pieces of the metal like jutting out. You imagine that you have to be careful as you move inside, but it leads into the center of the pillar.
As we get close to it, there's not the 2 robots outside it like the lizardmen said.
You don't see anything apart from that. The huge center of the cavern, the pillar, and the broken entrance.
Is the back of the pillar against like a back wall of the cavern?
No.
Or does this thing look like it goes down?
Yeah, no, it is kind of like in the center of this whole area because it was kind of like growing from the ground and holding the ceiling. So you can definitely go around if you wish.
It's strange. Where do you think it goes? I mean, they've bored through the base of this pillar, but there's nothing on the other side, so it has to go down, right? It has to. It has to.
We had.
Where do you think those creatures are?
I'm gonna look up to the top of the pillar with
Yep.
see if there might be any creatures perched.
Make
somewhere.
a perception check.
Is it still dark?
It's still dim light. All the cavern is dim light because of this bioluminescence.
14.
14. No creatures or movement you can see up the walls or up the ceiling. Just
Up the pillar.
Yeah, up the pillar. It's just this twisted growth and stalactites.
Wherever they are, they're well hidden. I can't see them.
Just peering into the hole in the pillar
Mhm.
with dark vision. How does it go deep in? How big was this pillar? How
So
wide was the base of it?
pillar, the base of the pillar itself is probably 100 feet wide. Like it's quite wide, and the hole itself is like 6 foot wide.
Yeah.
Uh,
So looking down at the hole, does my dark vision stop? Like I can't see anything
yes.
at the
So
end of
if
it.
you get closer, and you see that there is obviously like some kind of like boring that has been done, and it kind of like turns to the left. So there is a bit of another twisted like growth and whatever. Somehow, whatever bore into this has been choosing a path of least resistance to go around. So maybe if you move maybe 10 feet inside the hole, that already turns to the left, as there is a massive growth there that they decided not to bore into and chose another.
Elizabeth, do you think is there your information? Is there like a room maybe inside this thing at the center of it that they're trying to break through to?
From what I understood, it was below us. The
Maybe
temple.
But it must have an entrance, right? Like,
Well, I don't believe this is the entrance. I think the entrance is elsewhere. It's just with the spires growing as they have, the paths aren't as available as they once were. So this is an alternative. Again, a path of least resistance.
I guess, we've got no choice, right? Then to go in here.
Well,
Unless we have some kind of digging equipment like they had, then no, we have to follow them.
looks pretty dark in there. Do you really want to go down? Is it easy just to wait for them to come back out?
I mean,
I come back out the actual entrance, as opposed to this one that they just dug.
and they might cause untold damage down there. We don't know what it is that they're looking for, so.
Very well. All right then.
Look, you'll be all right. It's fine. You've made it this far. You can go a little bit further. Maybe grab some of the mushrooms if you want. From the
Oh,
walls, bring a little bit of light with you.
Will that work?
There's only one way to find out.
All right. Then. I can start kind of scraping some mushrooms off. Or the bioluminescence, whatever it is. Is it kind of like sort of like a slime, or is it?
It's
mushrooms that you
yeah. So the thing is, the moment you grab a bunch of like the walls of the cavern, on its own, a handful you can hold, it's not very bright. It is just the sheer mass of them all across the walls that create enough diffuse light. If you just grab a bunch, it will illuminate an area probably like a couple of feet around you.
It don't really seem to be working as well. I'll just stick close to Coda, and yeah, be fine.
So what are you guys doing?
Does anyone else have any concerns, or should we press on?
Not sure what you could do about them, to be honest. I think best to press on.
I'll dismount from Kazumasa then, because I won't fit riding them down this tunnel, and then just start leading them down. I'm going to draw my bow, though, so I've got that out, and move slowly and listen as I'm going.
Okay. You gather that because obviously this has been broken into, it is not a perfect tunnel, and there is you have to move slowly and carefully to not be, your clothing and your flesh to not like catch onto jagged edges and stuff. So you think that Mantis?
Kazumasa.
Casamantis. Wow. Kazumasa is
I'll take that as well. A big mantis.
Yeah, you reckon its massive body and elk like head might struggle a bit to squeeze without getting hurt with the jagged edges. Yeah.
As it starts moving in, then, and looks like it's struggling, I'll just kind of lead it out and then put a hand on its head and, I'm sorry, friend. I think it might be best if you wait here for now.
Kind of like,
I don't know how deep it goes, but if anyone comes, that means there's danger. Just try and let me know.
that's what an elk sounds
Spot on. And then I'll just start moving in again with the bow
like. Okay,
drawn.
so
slowly,
you're gonna move
listening
in
for any-
first. Give me a marching order as you all move in, and the type of light, and how, you know, your load out, let's say, and marching order.
I'll go for second.
Okay. No light, holding no light or anything like that. No. Okay.
No, I don't have any
Yeah.
lights.
So Jin, no light. Then Elizabeth, no light.
I'm just
Okay.
next to the light with Kodo, so
Okay, you want to go in front of me or behind me?
probably go in front, I guess. But
Okay. I will. That'll be really annoying.
Sandwich me.
Okay, I'll go last then with the light, and I'll carry. I guess I'll turn the light on like one of the buttons on my chest, so that I'm not holding it.
Yeah.
So I can be carrying a sword and
Okay. So
both swords in my hands.
like light emitting from your chest. So it's gonna be Spears, Con, and then Coda. As you move in, Jin and Elizabeth, just so you know at the front, Coda's light, because of the angles of this tunnel that kind of like twists and turns as whatever bought into here created the tunnel. Coda's light kind of like illuminates or not, depending on the angle, because he's at the back. So there is kind of like this shifting light pattern that suddenly you see perfectly, suddenly you see like you're in shades of gray as you are going in front. And I need everyone to make dexterity saves as you move down this tunnel to see how well you kind of avoid the potential damage.
well, pretty well.
23.
What?
23.
23.
Wow.
You must have been following me with my 21 and then being like, oh, I'll do an extra flip.
18. 18.
18, okay. So,
My belly's too big
19.
for this place.
what do you roll, Con?
19.
Okay. And Koda?
I got +7, but I got 10 total.
10 total, okay. So you're all going like very carefully, and when you're trying to go through like a hedge or ferns and whatnot, that your clothes always catch onto things. It is like that, but this is jagged metal, incredibly sharp thing, so it is a lot more dangerous. So you're incredibly careful, and you manage to squeeze and move along, and everyone is doing great except for Koda, that takes 3 points of slashing damage as 1 point. He turns around, pushes forth, and a bit catches on your shoulder, and nasty cut there.
Oh yeah, watch out for that bit. It's sharp.
But yeah, you might just blunting some of those edges as you go ahead of me.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll start like hammering.
No. Bad idea. Stop that.
But you move through, it twists and turns, and eventually you come into what is obviously what used to be the space where the central stone natural column held and then collapsed. So there are now massive broken pieces of stone, and the twisted metal of the blackroot has grown all around it and has created kind of like a hollow cavity, because it originally grew around the stone, but then the stone collapsed and now created essentially a hollow cavity with pieces of stone scattered around. And it goes up, and maybe 100 feet above you, the sides of the blackroot kind of like twist together and form the central part of the pillar. But here at the bottom, it creates this kind of like hollow inner entrance that is probably 40, 50 foot wide, like diameter. And but there's obviously like bits and pieces, like mix. It's not like a perfect hollow cavity. And in the center, where the stone pillar used to be, there is now a hole, and there is like a bit of water that like filters through the black root that is kind of like going down, like bloop bloop, and you see attached to one of these big growths a rope that has been tied there, and it goes down into this hole. This hole is probably about 6 foot diameter, not longer than that, not bigger than that, and it's just carved there in the center of this hollow area. As you look around, you're kind of like paying attention to your surroundings, and immediately you see 4 points of light as you walk into this central space. Blue lights. The separation of the two pairs is probably a separation of eyes. And then these figures that were kind of like standing next to the different pieces of and growths of blackroot around this, they move and animate. And as they do, they become obvious, as opposed to how similar to the blackroot looked when they were static. As the lights turn on and you see these metal constructs animating, both of them have a jagged long piece of blackroot metal on one hand and another blunt, big, hammer-like piece of metal in the other one. And as they both animate and start charging towards you, you gotta roll initiative.
Damn, can't reason with robots. Stupid spear, a stupid unreasonable attitude.
Oh no, we're becoming friends. What are you talking?
Wow, there's my one.
Oops.
My initiative rolls always.
Oh shit.
Turretine.
Don't worry, George, I also got a 1.
It's really dark.
But it had a 7 after it. So...
Alexa, turn on the office lights. Why is it so dark anyway?
Whoa.
You need to get spotlights for that to make it cool.
Yeah, no, I just need to
Time to pin. Actually, maybe put it on Twitch. Pin it. Twitch it.
there we go.
Not Twitch
So
it.
this is one, and this is from the top. Oh, why is it?
Yay.
Why is it? So this is kind of like the hollow piece, but you can definitely tell. You can definitely see like growths all around it. So I'm gonna take my headphones off, but I can still hear you while I place your characters, and you tell me where they are. You see the two robot-like figure. Like one is here, the other one is here. You may recognize this model.
Oh no.
Not
It's
Vaughn.
Vaughn.
Not.
As you all come in here, so it was Jin first, then Elizabeth.
I'm shocked.
I'm shocked, Shane, that you haven't had a model made and painted and sent to Lucas's house.
I've got one, but I haven't got anywhere to paint it.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Then that's why you're coming in. Can you see that well? Do you need? Is it too dark?
No, that's pretty good.
Yeah, well,
Okay. So yeah, you see one here on this as they light up, like, and there is this odd sound of I'm gonna say like Inception, like trumpets, like there. Let's see. I'm gonna change the music actually.
Going to the Oniric plane where time moves slow.
Yeah, exactly. Why is this camera? Why is this stupid GoPro going fish eye?
He's got a weird frame rate as well. when you
Yeah,
move
it's just because for some reason it just goes dumb. I just need to like restart it because I had it on during all this time, and if you go without using it for a long time, hiding it in OBS for some reason it kind of like goes stupid or whatever. We'll use this. Okay, so
That's pretty good.
give me your initiatives. Con.
3.
What?
3.
3. Coda.
Yes, I know it's
So
disappointing.
22.
22. Spear.
I think it was 14, but it disappeared. We'll just go with 14.
14. Okay. Jin.
20.
20. Elizabeth.
17.
17. I'm gonna alter all the initiative for these guys, and There we go. Koda, you're faster than everyone as these creatures kind of like light up. This time it was kind of like single line, so I'm gonna like close it down a bit. So I'm gonna say that maybe you were there when the.
Can I even see them?
So yeah, you can definitely see this one because the right.
See the lights of its eyes, right?
What's all the fuss about?
Yeah, no. Your light is what? 30 feet or 60?
Oh,
Light is 2020.
2020.
Boy.
So it's
yeah, indeed.
yeah. This guy is exactly at almost at 40 feet from you, so you can see it at the edge of the dim light of your thing, and he also blue eyes light up because I said. And the hole in the ground is here.
Oh, those gentlemen don't look. That gentleman doesn't look very friendly. Scott, lad, be careful there.
Just put a hand on your shoulder and tap you and like,
You know what to do. You know.
so I'm gonna give you a little inspiration die, and I'm just gonna cast Goda's Dancing Pals on myself. Chunk.
Okay, so your duplicates. What is it? Mirror.
Yeah, it's a mirror image.
Right.
And can I squeeze through all this line, or is it?
Yeah, you can at half speed. You can like push forth, so you can go 10, 20. Well, you can squeeze all the way there. I'm gonna say.
Right. Yeah, I'll do that.
It's like, don't worry, I'll distract them with my dance.
And you see like three other colors going like.
Okay, so it's now the turn of this. Why is it? This is dumb. Of this statue. Oh, statue. This construct, and they appear to not move at a lot of speed. They are. You almost feel like they are obviously built for boring digging, but they do have this kind of like jagged blackroot sword in one hand and a blackroot hammer in the other one. So they go 5, 10, 25, sorry, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30. So it's gonna dash here, right in front of you, Jin. But that's as far as it can move and can take no actions because it's dashed. And it is now your turn, Jen.
Oh, wow. I will. Yeah, let's think. I'm going to. They're probably going to be really strong, aren't they? So that's not going to work. I'll put down my. I'll draw my longsword. Sorry.
Yeah.
My great sword. Yeah. And we'll just test the waters. Like, just go in and see if I can cut it twice with a great sword. Seems that there's no room for conversation with these things.
As it comes towards you, you go shrink. And
yeah, I try and use its momentum as it's coming towards me to go for the legs at first.
Yeah. Go for the eyes. Okay. Yeah. Roll.
20. Again, 15.
That hits. They have powerful natural armor, obviously because of how they are made. But you use its form of momentum to kind of like just put your sword there and let itself sink into it, and you go, and there is this horrible screeching noise of the metal of your sword against the metal plates of its armor as it goes. Roll your damage.
6. 2 plus 2 plus 2.
Okay. But as you go, it sinks, and you can definitely tell it's done. It's done good damage. There is obviously magic animating this, but the material used to animate it from like Reichsworth card is just standard metal and wood. So you definitely managed to like damage it as it sinks.
Pull the sword out then, and then kind of like spin around and try and slash across
Yep.
its body. Oh shit! Natural 20, 25 to hit.
Go for it. Roll your damage.
That's actually not bad. 17 damage.
17.
The great sword.
That's a lot. You spin it around and go, and you get a chunk of its shoulder armor, split off, right off, and just fly across the inner cavern floor. And it goes. It looks at you angry, and there is something weird about these guys. The waist is kind of like a rotating 2 cylinders that rotate, so they kind of like go zzz, zzz, and it kind of like rotates facing you very angrily.
I'm gonna just tense my arm and just be like, "Moons protect me," as my tattoos glow, and cast Shield of Faith on myself as a bonus
As a
action.
bonus action, yes, you go Shield of Faith. Okay, it's concentration, so remember that one.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, you're up.
I will run a little bit to the left, and I'll pull a bit of spiderweb out of my bag and throw a web, like a fishing net, over the one on the back.
Okay, so you go.
Cover the area towards myself.
So you want to cover this whole area and stop right before yourself.
Well, it's a 20-foot cube, but yeah, he would just be on the edge of it, so he can't run towards me with that.
Okay.
But he's in it.
Yeah. Sure thing. So what do I do?
I think is it dexterity save?
Is he at the start of the turn or?
It's a straight save. Each creature starts must take a dexterity saving throw and a failed save. They are restrained.
Okay, so each creature that is starts the turn. So at the start of the turn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can layer it all. I mean, there's enough material here to layer it across floor and like root and however shape you want to make it. Okay, cool. So you see as this web appears after Elizabeth apparently threw something onto it and then exploded into a web.
I'm gonna run a bit more to the left to get away from that other one because he's scary.
You can squeeze through this gap here. I don't know if
I'll do that.
If you can see, probably the other camera is better to see. But there is a little gap there that you can squeeze through.
I'll do that just to try and.
Yep. For some reason, this camera is still fisheye, which is unless I can bring it down and then it's fine.
I think it's worse, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty worse.
The other camera is fine.
Yeah. Okay. So next up is Spear.
Do these? They don't seem like Warforged like to me, do they? They don't seem.
No, they seem like constructs, and you've seen many constructs. Like the dwarves and gnomes use constructs for different things in mining, and in they appear to be like working constructs, like mining constructs. But you know that they can be quite deadly with their mining weapons.
You bastard, get off him! I'm just gonna be seeing him kind of charging towards Jin. I'm just gonna charge at him and try and sort of body slam into the floor, essentially.
Okay. So you charge at this big construct here.
Try and shove attack him prone.
Shove attack it, go.
Ooh, 23.
So it is against my athletics, no?
Athletics or acrobatics, I think. You
Okay.
can
I'm going for a strength. 9 total. Okay, so you go boom, and you see, Scone. Jean, you're right there. You see, kind of like Spear comes in and shoulder charges like a rugby player or American football rather, and hit the construct in the chest, and the construct kind of like collapses on its back, kind of like almost like a cartoon figure like that.
And then with it on the floor, just gonna smack him in the head, basically.
With your hammer.
I guess. My
Okay.
hammer.
Boing. Okay, advantage.
Oh, with the advantage in that 20.
Nat 20. Okay.
Yeah.
This guy's getting beaten
Yeah.
up.
Fucking hell. Wait until it's their turn.
11.
Two more eyes.
Okay, you go boom and smack it in the same shoulder piece that is now missing from Jin's attack, and it just crashes a piece of metal down into its chest, but it's still kind of like making these weird trumpeting noises. Anything else?
Do you want to try and impose myself as kind of like a bigger target there, basically, for the both of them?
Okay.
Yeah, just one position, but yeah.
Okay, cool. Scon, you're up.
I don't know which one to do this one. So first I'm going to get my mage hand out.
Sure.
It's going to... so the one on top there, I'll send it to him.
Yeah.
It's going to touch him.
Okay.
And he... So instead of strength rolls now for this telekinetic,
Yeah, we said it's
we said they have to move away.
yeah, it's
to the number.
essentially same mechanics as similar mechanics to this.
There's no whispers.
Yeah, wisdom.
So okay, so it'll be wisdom. So
Yeah, you're cyclically like assaulting their mind,
okay, so
which
you'd have to do wisdom 14.
They ain't got a mind.
you try to like grasp onto the mind, and this would have worked with previous or same version of this ability. You feel that you have nothing to grasp onto this thing, and it is relentless and immune to all sorts of mental interference, including charmed, exhaustion, frighten, paralyzation. It's
Damn, I got nerfed hard.
it's a relentless mining machine. What do you you cannot get into its head.
Well, yeah, that's me now. So that's it. I'm gonna walk away. If you
Walk away,
could
lad.
please hide me behind a rock in my just get me behind a rock somewhere.
Yeah, I can get you behind that rock there.
Yeah, nice.
This would have been the same with the previous version of the ability.
No, and
Well,
because it was stripped, he just gets shoved.
yeah, but it is because of mental stuff.
No, it was just a shove. It was just telekinetic shove before.
Oh yeah, was it? Okay. Well,
Yeah. Well, now it's telepathic.
okay. It's now Coda's turn.
Oh, seeing these creatures on the ground, I'm just gonna up, try to slap it with my scimitars.
Sure thing. You move there, and you can slap it with your scimitars.
So I got advantage, I presume.
Yep.
Get myself another d20 because this is a bit silly. So I got 124, 119, and 117.
19 and 17 both hit.
Okay. Stand. Suffer my wrath, you foul machine.
You do multi attack.
Oh shit, I don't have multi-attack.
No, but you can do bonus action attack without the damage.
Yeah, but I did 3. Yeah, so one of them hits. Well, and it's yeah. I'll take the higher die of that one. It's 9 points of damage.
9 points. Okay.
I'm level 5. You multi-attack at level 5. Come on. It's a well-known fact. These things are hardy.
You go
look,
chung chung with your scimitars. One of them kind of like hits the metal without much effect. The other one you manage to sink and cut into some of the weird like wiring that it has, connecting pieces together.
Does it look damaged?
It looks quite damaged, but it looks very hardy too. It looks like it can take a beating. And it's now what do you?
No, that's my turn.
It's now its turn, and it's gonna stand up.
I guess I'll put myself around this. I would not all face in it. So a little bit further to the right.
Yeah, sure thing.
That.
Okay. So you're surrounding it, and it's gonna turn around, and he grabs its hammer and its weird like sword blade, and he starts whirling at the waist, kind of like zoom, 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 and goes kind of like in a spinning motion. I need Jin, Koda, and Spear to make dexterity saving throws as this thing starts spinning, whirling like a mining machine.
5.
That's an 8.
21.
Oh, I see. Big boy over here gets to dodge out the way.
Okay, so fail. So its fail is save is half damage. So as this thing starts whirling like a crazy machine, same roll for all of you.
I should have moved away from it. I knew it.
So that's 20. So 20 to Jin, 20 to Spear,
Jeez.
10 to Koda. Bludgeoning damage.
What?
Fucking hell.
That's his first attack, right?
That was its ability. It's a recharge ability. It's an attack. I shouldn't tell you these things. Okay, so it's just whirled around like vroom, 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 vroom. And it was completely unexpected. And Spear, you kind of like lifted your shield, kind of like I'm stopping this, and then it's like boom, 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 in your face. You as well, Jin. You, Koda, managed to duck out of the way, and you still get clipped by it as it goes past your head and neck, and it's quite painful.
I'm right.
Yeah. So Jin, it's now your turn.
I thought it was turning to hit you, Coda. Wasn't expecting that. What will I do?
Wait.
Just standing back up, right?
I have what?
Oh wait, that other guy
didn't
never
move.
moved.
It was at the end of the round. He had rolled shit
Oh, yes.
initiative, but he never moved.
Let's make a dexterity.
So he needs to make a
Dex
dex save. So that would be
16.
they're not great at dex. Oh, they're not bad actually. +2. That's a 7 +2, 9.
It's a fail.
It's a fail. So
So he's restrained, so he has to use an action to free himself. Has
on
a
a fail
strength
save,
check.
the creature is restrained. Yeah. So as it tries to move, and the webs are kind of like holding the other creature in place, so he will use his action to obviously try and break the grapple. No. Strength check against your spell DC. Okay. Oh, they don't have specific proficiency in the saves, so it's just +3.
It's a check for this anyway, specifically not a
Oh,
save.
okay. So +3, same thing. No, that's an 8. +3, 11. It tries to break free, and you see it kind of like moving its arm with like the hammer and blade and trying to break the webs, but the webs are somehow harder than everything they've mined so far. Keeping it in place.
Should have made
It's
escape
like a
out of
back
Yeah.
web.
And it's just angrily going at it. They're not very intelligent creatures. Just trying to get free, but not able so far. Jin.
I guess I'm just gonna have to try and hit this thing. So, oh wait, hang on. I've got to do a concentration check for my. Oh, 19. Okay, we're cool. For Shield of
Yep.
Faith. Does your dancing things do anything to help you there, Joe? Just
No,
out of
I
interest.
don't
No.
imagine they do.
No, it's a deck save.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna look to try and stab it again. It's kind of slowing down its whirl.
Yep.
Just look for weak spots. Try and...
It starts slowing down, and you measure it and go for the shoulder that you already hit.
Oh, I should have smited it, shouldn't I, when I got that crit?
Yeah.
Not used to playing a paladin. I just got another natural.
Nah.
Smite.
I'm gonna smite it.
And that was on cue.
Yeah. Rolling well. 46. So 19 points of whatever greatsword damage is, slashing damage.
Yeah.
And then I'll expend one slot to do. Is it 2d8 per one slot to start with, then one for everyone higher? I haven't
Yeah,
played
that's it.
it. So 4d8. No, that wasn't great. No, 3, 4, 2, 2. And 11 points of that damage. Radiant damage.
Yeah, you see as the greatsword hits, boom, kind of like slashes through the armor in the center, and then there's a burst of green energy as it explodes. Yeah. There's like a burst of green energy that explodes through his chest and kind of like sends pieces of plate armor flying around. And now the creature kind of like stumbles backwards, and with all this damage, the internals have been exposed, and it looks pretty damaged. It looks pretty bad.
I'll follow it up, and I'll try and do a thrust like straight into the kind of exposed body then with the second attack. 17.
That barely hits.
Does it hit? Oh, okay. 4 points of damage, double ones.
4 points of damage. You manage to thrust in there, but it moves right in time and manages to put like some still remaining plate armor in front of your sword. As it kind of like starts to try and spin again, and you say, "Oh shit, it's gonna spin again." Elizabeth.
I'm gonna point at the one that's in the webs, and I'm gonna cast Ray of Frost.
Okay. Point your finger. Pew.
You got advantage because it's restrained.
Oh yeah. No.
No, it's only melee attacks. Right?
Restrained
Okay.
creature attack rolls against the creature have
full
advantage. Yes.
Yeah, as long as it's not prone.
Yeah.
That's good because I would have missed. 26 total.
Yeah, that hits.
Ooh, double ones. 2 points of cold damage, and then I'm gonna run.
Mark.
Yeah, so I'm gonna run the other way now. I'm gonna run like down on the screen, down and right, because it looks like that one's dying. So I just want to get away from that one so he can't catch me if he gets free.
Okay, so this way, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so you can go 5, 10. Yeah, you can. There's a gap here,
Towards where we came in.
so you can get all the way to here if you wish, 30 feet.
Let's do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can go all the way to there. So you run past in front of Scone and the back of Jen. You can all see kind of like Elizabeth kind of like hurling magic and moving around the backs of all of you. Well, except Scone, the front of Scone. As your magic hits the guy, but obviously your webs are so good that stops some of the frost. Spear.
Oh, you bastard. What was that? And just wing back with my hammer.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Oh shit, that's terrible. 8. Completely
Yeah,
misses
8
the
misses.
wing.
It hits the other shoulder, the one that is not damaged, and just holds in there. That
And come back in again, swing it around again. But 23.
hits.
7 bludgeoning.
7 bludgeoning. Another chunk of metal just goes flying. It's looking really bad, but it's still gearing up for another whirl. It's gone.
Right. So after the last one, right, I'm gonna do level 3 Chaos Bolt Twins.
Okay. You're like, yeah. Oh no! My magic has been
Make
nerfed. This one still works.
Stick to it. I know.
Just
I'm
like
gonna
a kid.
throw my
in
boomerang
trouble.
out. My boomerang's gonna split in 2.
Oh, you're gonna do twin chaos ball.
Yeah.
Okay. You go. Go for the first one.
That is a 22.
Which one are you
That's it.
first attacking?
The one on the floor.
Okay, so 22.
It's not on the floor, but yeah.
And the other one is
You're
a
strength, so you have
19.
advantage.
You got advantage on the other one anyway. But yeah, that's true.
Roll
Uh,
to see if you get a natural 20.
Nope.
Right.
It's the exact same roll, 19.
So 18, the other one.
No, it's 22 and 19.
19. Okay, both hit. So roll your damage for the first one.
All right.
You gotta kill it, otherwise it's probably gonna kill Coda.
I go first, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So first one is 20.
20 damage.
20.
Yeah, 20 because it's
Oh, it's a level 3.
plus 2d6. That's going to be an 8 or 3.
What type of damage you want to do?
Let's go with thunder.
Thunder. Okay. As you,
20 thunders.
20 thunder. As one chaos ball, you see now the now familiar Scone magic, Elizabeth, in full view. You see this magic. It is raw. It has no finesse. It has no correct drawing of the runes in front of the air. There is no academic subtleties to the way Scone just goes, and a chaos ball just completely smashes against the chest of this construct, and the thunder just go, and the chest explodes, sending pieces everywhere, and just falls down there, completely destroyed.
Where's it gonna go?
That could have been cooler.
Oh.
Damn it. I just rolled double sevens
Oh, for what?
for the next one.
It's gonna bounce onto someone.
Oh, yeah, shit.
He's gonna bounce into someone.
That's 14 plus
This is how a relationship ends, eh?
plus 11. Fucking hell. I just rolled so high. That's 25.
Yeah. Of what damage?
7 is psychic. It's
Why
probably
did you do 20 in the first roll if you do 25 with like a double seventh one?
Yeah, double 7
That's
is really
the
good.
It doesn't add up. Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
great. Sorry.
So you go, and the psychic damage kind of like compresses the creature's chest, because that's where its core is, and kind of like, and pieces go flying everywhere. And then from that, your spell jumps. So let me check a second here. Exactly
Yes.
what are the mechanics of the jump? So if you roll the same number to a different creature of your choice within 30 feet, you have to choose one. You cannot not do it.
It says off your choice. No?
Yeah.
But who?
Yeah, it doesn't say also you can choose no
okay.
creature.
Okay,
So
okay.
it will jump to someone. And the dead guy is no longer a creature, it's a corpse.
Is there any like
Nope.
rats or any kind of
Famous
crawling
rats.
Not
around
that
right
you can
now?
see. These guys have been mining here very thoroughly.
Any bugs or
Does he have to roll the attack roll again?
is there a rock
Funny
with
if
eyes?
if the bolt kept leaping.
Yeah,
leaping and leaping.
You have to make a new attack roll against the new target.
Okay, I'm just gonna let's do a roll. Lucas, roll for them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean,
Roll,
just
You tell me
tell
who
me,
is
'cause
who is one.
If you have to do it, just go for
Okay,
that.
one.
I don't care.
1 Shane, 2 Elliot, 3 Joe, 4 Tom.
Okay.
Oh, not yourself.
I roll a 1.
Charming. Oh,
Ah.
Jesus, Elizabeth.
She's a newbie anyway, so
Is it gonna hit?
Roll to hit. This is
Okay.
actually good, because you saw how raw the magic was, and it's now coming your way.
wait. Well,
This is what happens when you don't send someone to the institute.
Oh God!
20.
No, it's very close. It's a 24 total.
Well,
Well, I wouldn't know that. I would have only known that it's gonna hit, so I'm gonna shield anyway, and it's not gonna work.
so you're gonna
Oh my. Oh no, I thought it was going to be double 7 again. It's the 7 and the 2. So 9 plus
On a double 7, well, you would have been able to shoot it back to the construct.
9 plus 5, so 14.
14
No wait.
of what type of
No, I rolled the
damage?
wrong one. Oh my god! It's 9 plus 10. It's 19.
19 of what type of damage?
2 and a 7. Are you immune to anything? Speak now.
Resistance to fire. I'm a tiefling.
Oh.
No, you don't know that. You don't know
Oh,
that.
shit. Just cold. Just do cold.
Okay, so even worse. Okay.
Weak to cold.
So, Elizabeth, I told you, like, this raw magic completely, like a thunder, destroy one of it, and then the other one, the creature kind of like cyclically collapsed within itself, but then the magic was so wild and raw, it just leapt at you out of fucking nowhere, came straight at you. You desperately put a shield up, and still the freezing cold broke through it and froze you for like 19 points of damage. And you're like,
So
this.
I try and deflect it. It doesn't go. When I see that's happening, I try to absorb it as much as I can with my arcane ward.
Oh!
But it goes through that as well. So I still take 4 points of damage, but that's
Okay, but you managed to absorb a ton of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I chose. Well, that random roll was good
Yeah,
then.
but you, by the way, you guys see that Elizabeth, the moment this crazy ball that you already saw has come, you know, only Coda actually, everyone else is gone. So like jumping around, the magic kind of like goes through a shield that Elizabeth puts up, and then it absorbs into her almost like a shimmering egg or bubble of light all around her. And it looks like she could literally not be hurt, like Gandalf against the Balrog. But somehow the power is still so strong, and some of it manages to like make her bend a bit in pain.
She's got slightly frosted eyelashes.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I don't swear. I didn't mean to
Make
do
a
that.
concentration check, Elizabeth, for web.
yeah. I rolled a 19.
19, you're good. So
Does the web? Sorry, does it? There's something to do because I was looking at it before. Does the damage do anything to the web around it, or is that only
Only
AOE
fire.
stuff? Okay,
Psychic.
that's fine.
so it will at the start of his turn, it will try to break free again. Let's see. Roll a 19 plus 3, 22.
Success.
So it finally goes. Obviously, that was his action. So he will just go and land here in the middle of everyone with hammer and blade, and look at you all preparing to whirl. Coda.
Taking
This
damage from
does
falling.
No, it just
sound somewhat familiar.
I'm going to jink, hit it with a sword. Single hit.
yeah.
Ding, 18 plus 7, 25. I presume that's a hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's 8 points of damage.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna mutter a word. Arabella, heal me. And I'm going to cast a healing word on myself with my bonus action.
Yeah.
That's 7 points of damage that I recover.
Okay. You go.
And then I'm like, come on, one of you lot take this hit. And I'm gonna pull back from the creature.
Oh, you're gonna pull back.
Yeah.
Which hit? This hit.
So how long? How far?
Yeah, more than 10 feet. I mean, it seemed to have a...
More than 10 feet. Okay, yeah, you can pull back there. As you pull back, it will take an opportunity attack on you.
Yes.
I realized you were talking to your mirror images. I get it.
With the blade, kind of like cutting across the air. So, roll a 2. It's not a hit.
Ooh, doesn't even
No, it goes slashing past you, and you kind of like duck under.
We all
The other mining construct is dead. Jin.
As it kind of goes to take a swipe at Coda, I'm going to use that opportunity to like duck under its arm and run
and try and like climb up some nearby rocks.
you can-
So
You can climb here if you wish.
yeah, it's not an action to climb, right? It's
No,
just
no,
half
no.
move
This
speed.
is enough. It's enough. It's not like a big step, but it's all like it is difficult terrain. It will still cost you like double movement, but not an action.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'll just have left my sword kind of jabbed into the ground, and I'm gonna draw on my bow and take 2 shots from
Yep.
from distance.
Go for it.
First one is a 17,
That hits.
and second one is 22. So that's
Both hit. Roll your damage.
both 9 damage, so 18 points of damage total.
18 points.
So-
2 arrows sinking into its plate armor chest. It's starting to look quite damaged, mainly because of the chaos bolt. But yeah, it's looking bad. It's not great. Elizabeth.
I'm gonna raise my hand and I'm gonna cast Create Bonfire under it.
Create bonfire. You go, and suddenly the cavern is fully illuminated as a bonfire appears under this construct. So what?
It's just a dexterity save on. Is it on there? Go.
Any creature in the bonfire space when you cast the spell.
No, when you cast.
Okay.
Yeah.
So dex save. It's 14.
That's a fail.
Okay. So roll your damage.
8 plus 5, 13 points of fire damage.
13 points of fire damage.
13, 1
Yeah.
3. Yeah.
Wait, no, I did that to you, not to the creature. So it goes like a huge column of flame that stays there. The bonfire like erupts from the ground, almost like from the cracks in the stone and the blackroot, and it's just the creature now looks positively scary. You know, this mining construct that is now all the wooden pieces that make part of it that they're just all in flames, and it's like looking around.
The web dissipates and I'll just run around the corner, so I'm just out of line of sight.
So around this corner here.
Yeah.
Okay. So you do that. Spear.
How hurt does this thing look now?
I mean, it's not looking. I mean, it's in flames. It has 2 arrows sticking out of it. It has a chunk of metal like just missing from his chest. It's pretty damaged. But it still looks like angry and able to whirl.
Okay. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna just try and like essentially like knock it over again.
Yep.
So it needs to make a whatever athletics or acrobatics.
Yep.
16.
16. Ooh, rolling 19 plus 3. Crash into his
like,
chest and
knock
it's kind of like hold you in place.
and it's not working. So I just try and sort of swirl around and try and trip it the other foot with my hammer to sort of try and help a little bit, I guess. Oh shit, 25.
25. What? Another show?
Another
Yep.
show, yeah.
Well, you roll well again, but yeah, cannot beat you.
So just grab
Yep.
it, smash it down into the fire,
You go
and then,
and shove it down into the fire.
and then I'm going to run away past to where the other one is that's down,
Where? Sorry, what direction?
like across it, but round it, obviously not through the fire, and then to where the other construct is. It's like now on the
Yeah,
floor,
like here.
like as far as I can get, like as far as I can get that direction. I
Okay,
don't know how far.
so
I can
you can go probably around the fire, so you go 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, like there.
Cool.
Okay,
I'll just bonus action second wind as well.
go for it.
Regenerate.
Regen.
And I only got a dice for this. It's annoying. Luckily.
Okay. Scon.
That was terrible.
All right, I'll tone it down. This time.
What do you heal? Sorry, spirit.
5. No, 6. Sorry.
Scon, what are you doing?
I'll tone it down. Just,
It's what happens when the first thing doesn't work. You go mental.
just a small firebolt now.
You got disadvantages prone.
Yeah.
'Cause Tom hates ranged characters.
No, I just wanted to stop him moving too close to anyone. That was
10.
10 misses. You go. The fireball hits the bonfire and sends like pieces of like burning coal all over the place, but nothing else.
Yeah. Oh. You're real toned down now. You don't worry.
Okay. It's now the creature's turn. I think what happened when it starts its turn, the bonfire. No,
When it ends its turn.
there.
must also make on a turn when it the first time on a turn or ends its turn there. Oh, if it moves into the bonfire or when it ends. So if it moves away from it before the end of the turn, doesn't make sense. So he's gonna stand up. Let's see. How smart is it? It's not very smart. 6. It's gonna choose because these two are too far apart, whereas these two are within range of each other. But the truth is, it's not that smart. It's just gonna stand up and run either towards. I cannot be. I cannot be that tactical. It's either gonna run.
With what he's looking at.
He's gonna run towards Gino's con because the other one's in front of him. So Jin 1, 2, and Scon 3, 4. Scon. It just runs towards you. Hammer and blade. Chunk chunk. Multi attack.
Coda left you, Scon. Coda left you to die.
I left him. What about sparing you?
Are you gonna cast anything like shield or anything like that?
I'm shielding. Shield. Shield. Shield.
What's your AC with shield as it comes towards you barreling?
It's not gonna be a lot. +5 over 12 was 17.
What is it?
17.
Oh, you say 1. I roll an 18 and a 16.
Oh,
So you managed to stop the hammer, but the blade still hits you. You shield, and the hammer kind of like clanks against the shield. The blade goes around the shield though, and it hits you for 5 points. No, 5 plus 3, 8 points of slashing damage. Not a lot. If you manage to block one of them, cuts a bit of a cat on your side.
I'm not good at this yet. I left a hole in it.
And it is now Coda's turn.
I'm going to shout, "Hey, leave the lad alone!" And I'm gonna run, but I'm gonna go run directly on his back.
So you're gonna run directly on his back.
Does it
As
turn around,
it
coward?
hears you coming, yeah. It turns around with only its upper body. It kind of like whirls.
Okay. And I'm gonna hit him twice. Choom, choom.
Right, go for it.
Ooh, it's a 6 plus 7. Probably doesn't hit. So 13 and 25.
Yeah, 25 hits.
5 points of damage. And then I think I should have at least 5 or 10 feet of movement.
Yeah, you
I
should.
mean,
You
I can't
would
see it from
have.
there.
You moved. You are here. You move 5, 10, 15, 20, 10.
Okay, I'll move 10 back and I pink hit him once and then move back 10 feet.
Okay, so. Yeah, 10 there. Cannot take an
And I'm
opportunity
gonna
attack.
shout, "Scone, get out of there, lad!"
Yeah, it's kind of like bees kind of like poking and then getting back now. It's kind of like swirling around and everyone's like it's now Jin's turn.
I'll store my bow as it's like distracted by Coda, jump down, quick action, pull my sword out of the ground, and then try and jab it in the back twice.
So you want to move like back here?
Yeah.
Okay. As he turns around to see to it's kind of like looking at Koda. You go use the opportunity to go back. Roll with advantage.
How do I roll this with advantage? Oh yeah, there we go. 17 on the first one, and 13 on the second. So I guess the second one will probably miss.
Second one misses.
Yeah.
13 with advantage.
So, yeah, I rolled badly. 9 points of damage.
Yeah, you go with the great sword against a plank of metal in his back. It is not looking great. The creature is kind of like death by a thousand cuts kind of situation. Elizabeth.
Oh wait, I'm just gonna take 2 steps back as well, just to copying kind of Coda's tactic, knowing that it's got that big kind of whirl.
Elizabeth.
I will spin around the corner and point my finger again and go for another Rare Frost.
Okay.
And yeah, natural 1.
Whoa. Oh, and a piece of blackroot fell in your head. Natural 1. Here you go. It just flies into the distance, hits the walls of this hollow area, and dissipates.
Then I'll just run backwards, like up right on the screen.
Like there.
No, right on the screen. So like up the board. The other way.
The other way. Okay, so you can move like if you can move up to here.
Not that way.
Nope. Like there.
Not
there.
No. The only other way I haven't gone yet.
Yeah.
That way, yeah.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, you just move away from it, like over there. Spear.
You bastard, get off him. Just gonna chest just and Sonic Pulse comes out. Toll the Dead, so he's doing a wisdom.
Okay. Yeah. You see Spear's chest kind of like open, and then energy starts glowing, and he goes, and there is this Inception trumpet, but it's coming from Spear this time around. Wisdom save +0. I roll a 13.
He saves. And as that, I'm just gonna you don't. And just action surgeon and again.
Oh wow!
He was super angry.
This is what you're talking about when you said about.
Okay, I roll a 12 now.
Gotta poop himself.
That works.
That's still a
Okay.
that's still a success, isn't it? That's DC 12.
No, is it? What did you say? What did you roll?
A 12.
12.
Oh, you rolled 12. Yeah, you still.
Oh
saved,
shit! Okay. So he goes boom, boom, and you feel his body vibrate, but it's kind of like taking it, and he kind of like looks at you and angrily trumpets back.
Come on then. I'll just walk towards him.
Yeah.
But
Well,
not like within range. I'm just gonna get like over, like where that entrance is, like near where the. I don't know if the
this
bonfire's
one
still
or
there.
there.
But
Yeah,
I
there's a
want
bonfire there.
to. I want to stand basically just next to the bonfire, so that he would have to kind of walk
Okay, yeah. If
into
you
it.
stand there, it's right in front of. Okay, I'm gonna put something
I
for the
don't wanna be next
bonfire.
to
Let me
Coda.
give me a second. So the bonfire
Yeah.
was
If
here.
if you're still next to me, I would tell you.
Yeah.
Spear, maybe move away.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be next to Coda though. I want to make sure there's like.
So you
can't-
stand on the other side of the bonfire.
Yeah, but without. So I want to make sure there's. Obviously, being like reasonably intelligent, I'm going to work out that obviously the range of how his attack with the spinning thing worked. I don't want
There's
to.
a
I
way
want to
you
make
can do
sure
that.
that he can't get into range of both of us.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way you can stand that.
Okay, move me further left then.
What do you mean, like
Towards
there
that
or there?
entrance. No, the other. There, yeah, that. Yeah, over there.
Like-
Like in the entrance, basically, like that sort of. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there's a gap that you can squeeze through to go all the way back here if you want.
I'll just be in the entrance.
The
That's
entrance. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, there is a 5-foot gap here between you and Koda.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, maybe further down next to the fire then, to like along the wall.
So you want to move on this side of the fire?
Yeah, sure, that'll do. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's just really hard to tell distance on there.
Okay.
He won't go into the fire now.
I mean, there is a gap. There is a hole there. I'm gonna say that there is a tiny gap there. Well, a mini size, so 5-foot gap that you can stand there next to the fire. Okay. Scon.
I'm gonna touch him. touch his leg. Do a shocking fast.
Yeah, you're not right next to it.
I guess I have advantage.
You
Because he's middle.
is it a melee spell attack?
Yeah.
Then you
yeah,
have
you got
advantage.
advantage.
22.
That hits.
2d8. That's an 8. And he can't take reactions.
You can't take reactions. You go as Scone touches its shoulder from behind because he's kind of like elevated a bit. The mining construct starts going like.
And I'll do a backwards roll.
A backwards roll out.
Backwards roll into a handstand. And then a check.
Okay.
When did you get cool?
It's now the creature's turn. Let's see. It definitely doesn't like the bonfire. It has Coda, and you just electrocute it. And I mean, it will definitely go for you. You're right next to it, and it will go for you with a. Will you go with a multi attack or with a whirl? It's gonna go with the multi attack. Its programming is whirl when you're surrounded. Okay, it's gonna go with the multi attack.
22.
Well, 22 and 18.
So, well, I mean, you told me the thing, but I'll still shield because
Oh yeah,
I was gonna do it if I got hit. So
so you shield.
yeah.
Okay, you go boom, shield before as it goes with the hammer and blade. I always forget to ask you before because I always forget you have shield. I usually only ask the casters. You go and then you manage to keep the attacks at bay. It's now Coda's turn.
I'm gonna dance around the fire and chink chink down, you foul creature. 26 for the first attack, and 15 for the second.
First hit.
Oh, got another one. 5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. You go, yeah. You're chinking pieces of the armor, but it's still somehow able to hold its shape.
And I'm going to. Oh, God damn it! I'm gonna pull away from it.
You're gonna pull away from it. Right, like back towards where everyone is going. We're going away the same way we came.
No, I'm gonna pull away. Sorry, back to the bottom right of the screen.
There you go, okay.
Around that. Yeah.
Jin.
Wait. So it did it use its
It's got no reaction because of the electric shock.
no? Its reaction comes back on its turn. It just had its turn.
Yep.
The-
Oh yeah, sorry. So
reaction
yeah, it will take an attack opportunity against you, Coda. Sorry.
Go for it.
But just as a question, if it didn't and I shot it with a bow, would it still turn around before I shot it? Would it? Now I'm shooting it with a bow.
It wouldn't. No, there's no advantage.
I roll it.
with-
It misses against you, Coda.
No,
There is
I
no
do roll
advantage
the-
from behind on ranged attacks.
Ah, okay, cool. In any case, I'm just going to charge towards it with the sword again,
Yeah,
like
sure thing.
doing like a quick run and two-handed thrust, like trying to cut between its shoulders.
Like a Final Fantasy character, like charging.
Yeah. Oh, I rolled damage instead of an attack. That's the attack. Oh, it's advantage, isn't it? 'Cause I'm going from. First one is
That
17.
hits.
Second one is 16.
Both hit.
Hey. So 8 and 9. So 17 points damage total. Just
Yep.
jabbing it and slicing.
Yeah, you jab the first one and like pull out it, and when you pull the blade out, it kind of like takes out a chunk of metal and stones that was there or something, and a piece of like keranite, and then it turns around angrily, ready to whirl. Oh, I got you both, and you go and jab the great sword in its face, and the eyes kind of like sparkle for a second, and then goes. falls inert.
I'll pull the sword out.
You are out of initiative.
Well, oh, I don't see any more of those down here, eh? Bastards. Oh, fucking hell, that spinning thing. I'll go and pick up one of the what the kind of I've got the name of it is now, like the weird metal swords they've got.
The
Blackroot.
the Blackroot. Okay, yeah, they both have a very rough piece of like Blackroot metal that kind of like worked as a blade, and then a very rough chunk of it like kind of like worked as a hammer.
This stuff's nasty, isn't it? Oh.
Just gonna kneel down and take a breath in and effectively lay on hands myself as my arm, like pop my shoulder back into.
Yeah.
You've been fighting with a pop shoulder.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we're not all, full of magical versions of ourselves.
As you all reconvene, kind of like taking a breather here. Spear, you can get four, like 2 blades and 2 hammers essentially if you wish, and all these pieces of this construct are lying around the floor. You see the hole, and you're catching your breath there.
Fighting things with mines is easier. I couldn't feel it. These guys had anything inside them.
Yeah, no, they're just
He stabbed me.
just automated machines. They just kind of do what they're told, really.
They're not like you.
No, I mean, well, I guess kind of, but yeah, I don't know what makes me be able to think differently, but
We didn't ask those lizard people how many of them there are in the group, did we?
Oh yes, we did. There are only 2 of these ones. There's Master Ragsworth, 2 helpers, and 4 mercenaries. So that should be the last we see of these creatures, hopefully.
just
Okay.
quick. Sorry, just quickly check. We would have. Do we have like the car? We had obviously the mule. I assume we put the mule with us down here, have we all?
No.
No, you didn't bring any mounts except
Oh,
for gins.
Oh, okay.
You took stuff off the
Yeah.
mule before we
Okay.
came because I went to get it so you could get bits off it, but none of the
Yeah.
horses
Okay. Sorry.
because we didn't know the train. Is anyone hurt bad? Scon, I saw it take a whack at you.
He stabbed me right here.
Let me have a look in the wound. I'll lay on hands you for 5 points of healing.
Feels pretty good.
Well, might be better if we just take a little breather after that one. Eh? Oh, these things are pretty tough. I just have a sort of poke at one of them with those kind of makeshift swords and just kind of get a feel for how good of a weapon it is.
Okay. I mean, they feel like a metal weapon, like a type of steel, if you wish. They feel solid, not well balanced at all. They're not. In its current iteration, they're just chunks of Blackroot metal that work by sheer force of these mining constructs. But I mean, you imagine that in the hands of a skilled smith, they could be made into something useful. I mean, right now they are just too rough.
Well, I guess if we get all the stuff piled up here, maybe we can take it back with us. I mean, some of that stone stuff there inside it might be useful for the making their magical items and things people were talking about.
If you're planning to keep those weapons, keep them hidden from the lizard folk. I think they'll agree with that.
Oh yeah, it'd be fine. We can sneak them past them.
Oh.
But I don't think we should carry it all down with us where we're going though.
I think you're right about a rest. We don't want to go down there finding who knows what. Half beaten.
It's time for lunch anyway.
Yeah. Those things packed a punch.
Yeah. It was good improvisation though. Like it caught us by surprise, but then we managed to keep it at bay. good tactics.
You did well to distract it like that. Created a good opening.
Yeah, well, it was only one of them. And that was good what you did with the web as well, Elizabeth. Very impressive.
Held it for a bit. That was my aim.
It
Such a
worked.
small room, though.
Colin's gone.
God, that lad always does the same.
Just look down the hole, see if he's down there. No, I do want to look down the hole. Does it look deep? But there's like ropes.
Yes,
they've
there
sort
is
of
a rope
tied.
that has been very proficiently attached, and there is a almost like a pulley system. Obviously, you can tell that Reichsworth knows what he was doing. He put together this construct. You know, he created an opening, and it goes all the way down, and it is dark down there. So you don't know exactly how far deep it goes because the edge of your dark vision is not enough to see the end of it. So you see the rope at the edge of your dark vision disappearing into darkness. But you think you hear a bit of again these howling winds that it's not howling is too strong a word. It's more like a breeze that makes some sound. But you can definitely hear what appears to be like drops of water, like bloop, bloop, like there is water there, and it feels more present. There is, it's not just a pool of water. There is something there that looks quite that sounds and feels like hefty in the amount, in volume, let's say.
Cody, you haven't got one of those coins with light on. We could chuck it down, see how far it goes.
We won't dare announce our presence to whoever might be down there.
Did we not take a rest first?
I suppose that's true. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm being hasty.
Let's chill for a moment. Have a snack.
I'm gonna
push on.
start pulling the rope up though.
Yeah, you start pulling.
Just then see if the end of the rope is wet.
So you pull the rope up, and you realize it's about 80 feet of rope. You can very easily count it with your general ability, and it's not particularly wet. No, maybe it's a bit damp, but it's not coming from water.
Okay, so it's not like it's been like lying in a lake or anything.
It looks, maybe it's a bit damp just because of wherever it was lying against. It was a bit damp.
That's good.
How long's the short rest? Is it 20?
Hour.
1 hour.
Okay, well, I'll spend the next... Is that what we're saying we're doing?
Yep. You're taking the short rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll spend the next 10 minutes meditating.
You meditate, Scon.
Well, it says meditating. It has to be meditating, but, Scon's version will just be I don't know, twiddling his
Or
thumbs
doodling.
or just thinking constantly about something he wants to
Rocking
do.
back and forth.
I'm going to I'll try one hit die first, and then I have to try another one. Oh, that one got.
Maybe you can
Oh
use
my
Song of
lord,
Rest
this
as
is
well.
terrible. I'm gonna have to use a third hit die.
You can use your Song of Rest first before you do that.
Yeah, remember you can use.
Can you use it in a short rest?
Yeah, because we said because of the
Yeah.
healing mechanics, you can now use it on your short rest.
Fantastic. Well, then
Well,
I
it's
use
usually
the
for
Song
short
of
rests.
I know. You're right. It's usually for short rest, and we are also allowing long rest.
Well, in that case, I'll just use one hit die point, because that was 4 points from the 46. If anyone needs them,
I'll take one.
just the one. That's, I mean,
It's an extra dice each. You all
Bit
just roll.
rude. I thought it was an extra.
So we all just get 1d6.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah,
get an
I
extra
thought that
d6
was
to
what it
roll.
was.
Okay, and you
I'm up to full.
you recover all your short rest abilities. Are you using arcane recovery? Or are you using anything like
Yeah.
beyond? Okay. I mean, don't know why I ask. You keep track of that. So,
I recover my inspiration.
you set up for a short rest. This whole place looks eerily silent for sure. There's no sign of the lizard folk coming towards you, and there is no sound coming from below beyond this water dripping, if you will. As you all take a breather there, and you can see perfectly that this was all done, this damage was all done by these constructs to open a passage. And this is your suspicion, Elizabeth, that all the research you did with Azora, Reichsworth was gunning for what he thought was a direct path to the Black Cathedral that was otherwise impossible to find. So what do you do?
Just short resting.
Okay.
So you don't know.
We'll finish this.
Yeah, nothing will happen for the. That's what I attempted to say when I was saying there is no noise and no one is coming.
Now we'll take a second short rest because the first one was a little bit.
Play out the hour.
Yeah. You see Elizabeth like laying out her books and start to concentrate, reading, going over her notes to maybe recover some arcane power. And at the end of it, you all feel a bit not fully rested, but at least
Short rested.
yeah, short rested.
I just have spent a bit of time mapping out where we've come as well a bit.
Sure, you can make a good map of it, and you know that in the Deep Delvers Enclave they value all this stuff highly. Maps of delves. Of course, this one. That also would have to go now through. Now that people would know that there is a path to an interesting area, past the Forest of Iron, it would become popular. But also, the lizard folk.
Do you like hanging from trees? Oh boy.
They like to trade, so as long as you don't try and take stuff, it's fine.
Anyway, your short rest is over.
Down we go then. Should I go first?
Sorry, just one quick thing. I'll just the construct stuff as well. Just kind of pile that to one side, kind of out of the way a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not if someone walks in the room, they wouldn't be obvious as kind of where it all was. Like the bodies and stuff, like because obviously you said there was like Karenites in them as well.
Oh, there were pieces of it, just fueling it. You can get some Karenite. I'm going to say that you can get the equivalent of. It's not a lot, and Karenite is a lot more. You can find it a lot easier than Zoranite. But you can get the equivalent of what you would know, probably around 20 gold pieces worth of Karenite. So if you want to write it down.
We need for magical items.
I haven't created. You know what? I should create. Anyway, just write down Karenite 20 gold pieces worth.
Who wants to head down first then? Or should we throw the light, see what we're getting into?
Oh, if you give me the light, I don't mind going down first as long as I got light with me.
You sure?
Yeah, as long as you give me the light, someone wants to go down. I don't want to
Just pat you in the shoulder and suddenly your shoulder pad is brightly lit.
Oh, brilliant! There we go. That's all we need. I'll just put my hammer on the floor there. I don't need that. It'll be fine. And put my shield on my back because I assume I've got to rope it down. Kind of thing. Right, there we go. Wish me luck.
Wait, before you leave, the rope's on a winch, did you say?
It's kind of like not in a winch. It's kind of like a block and tackle system, but it is fixed in place.
Yeah, so you can't lower the rope slowly.
Yeah.
You have to climb.
Yeah, you need to climb down it.
I just kind of loop my hand in it and just kind of my feet on it.
Yeah. Okay.
To...
Make an athletics check with advantage, please. As you go down.
25.
25. No problem at all. You all see spear disappearing into the darkness. Sorry, you're carrying light, no? Okay.
Yeah. On my shoulder.
On your shoulder. You have a chip on your shoulder. As you go down the rope and you see, before he reaches the ground, you see the light obviously illuminating and seeing what looks to be like smooth, almost marble-like stone. There's obviously carefully cut stone down there that polished in tiles. It looks like you're landing to you, Koda or Elizabeth, it looks like you're landing on the floor of one of the Institute of Magic of the College of Swords. You know, like a proper nice temple or fancy building, like perfectly cut stone in tiles, beautiful, with nice veins in the marble, and it is a bit damp. There is a bit of water, so it's dirty, it's not nice, but you can definitely tell that the manufacture of whatever floor spear is landing on is outstanding. And as you finally drop the last bit of rope, spear, you find yourself in what looks to be a grand cavern, 100-foot ceiling more or less, although it varies. And from the hole where where the rope goes to where you were before is about 80 feet, so it's a bit lower. And then you can see 6 stone pillars nearby to your right. They are kind of arranged in 2 rows of 3. And they obviously, with the marble floor and these stone pillars, they obviously have some kind of like ancient significance that, you can't really quite tell what it is, but they are not natural. You also see what appears to be a big pool of water to your left, and then in front of you, so pillars to the right, pool of water to the left that appears to be not just wet, like actual, deep water, just because, it just feels like that. And then ahead of you, a big, like, what can only be described as a sunken temple. It looks like a temple that has collapsed and sunk into the water as the ground you're in, the marble land, goes into a set of stairs that are all broken edges and into what should have been some kind of temple-like structure, and it's all collapsed now and full of water. So it's only like 2 steps down and then just water level.
You're
You muted.
Just like look above and just kind of give a little sort of wave to kind of come down, sort of thing.
Any takers for next, or do you mind if I go?
You go
If you're
ahead.
eager to go.
Gotta make sure he's safe, I suppose. Yeah, I'll grab the rope and
Yep,
start
roll your advantage.
lower myself down.
Is there any is it any light in here, like the bioluminescence at all, or is it just
Not here, no. Everything that you can see is illuminated. Sorry,
by
no.
my light?
The opposite. There is more bioluminescence here. And in fact, you see that the whole of the place is filled with this dim light from the green and blue like bioluminescence of algae. And you can tell that the algae, it kind of like grows into the walls out of the water, but it's mostly coming from the water. The water emits this like blue-green glow that is quite mesmerizing, so eerie.
Non-natural 20 to
Fine.
get down.
You climb down, no trouble at all.
I'm going to go next.
Oh, look at that! That temple there in the water, and then there's all these fancy pillars. I don't know what any of it means. but-
Elizabeth, will you roll? Oh, sorry, I interrupt you.
No. I wonder if are there any runes or anything? I was like,
Just the cavern, big pool of water to the side, big pool of water in front of you with the sunken temple, and these 6 pillars onto your right.
I don't know on the pillars. Are there any runes?
Oh,
Sorry,
runes. Not that you can see from your position here. You will have to, go explore a bit more.
I wonder if there's any of those runes you've been looking at for things on them. Maybe we should have a look. I don't know. While these are climbing down, but
I think best if we wait here just until everyone's together.
oh yeah, okay. Good.
Besides, I think if anyone can read them, it'd probably be Elizabeth.
Fair enough.
Elizabeth, before you go down, should I tie a rope around your waist and hold it from up here in case you slip?
I think I'll be fine. I rolled an 18.
Okay, yeah. She appears to be doing really well as you go down, and you make it very safely to the bottom, and you can see the same scene all illuminated by this bioluminescence coming from mostly algae shining up from the water.
What's going on, lad? You on the rope, or will you be fine too?
Let's do the rope.
Let me tie it around you. I'm gonna tie the rope around his waist, and basically try to hold it so that the rope goes behind his back. And
Yep.
so I see.
Yeah, like as a safety rope, essentially.
Yep.
Okay, so Scan roll with advantage.
Still gonna have to do the last 30 feet on his own though.
This would have been really easy with Violet. Oh, natural 20. -1.
Okay. You start going down, and you notice that Scan gets a bit confident, if not cocky, and then he starts kind of like sliding in like trench batches, like.
I give him a little tap. Easy, lad, easy.
But he made it. He made it safely.
In the last 30 meters, I just chucked the rope on his head.
I'm so confident I cut the rope.
Cut my rope, you idiot!
Which rope?
Whilst he's
Yeah.
holding them.
Cut.
I'm carrying Coda down.
Well, let me fall with grace on your head now. And start climbing down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's athletics, right? 20. No,
20. Fine. You all made it safely back down to the floor of this big cavern.
What's going on
If
here?
you need a picture again, it's a big cavern, 100-foot ceiling. There's a bunch of pillars to your right hand side. In the middle of the cavern, they're not like in a room or anything. A bunch of pillars with some, they're holding a roof that might have collapsed or anything, but they're not a room itself. It seems that they were just put there in the middle of the marble floor. Big pool of water to the left, and then a massive sunken temple that kind of like collapsed into a pool of water in front of you. That appears, so it goes straight and kind of like turns a bit, so you can't quite see how far into the water the sunken temple goes from your position at the moment.
Turn around. What's behind me?
Whoa. The hole in the ground was essentially going down right next to one of the walls of this cavern.
Anyone noticed? There's a temple in the water. Just
Oh yeah, we were just talking about that, yeah. But we're gonna go look at those pillars first and see what they're all about.
the pillars.
Have a look then.
I mean, he's obviously. I mean, he'd be in there though. The temple, surely.
Well, can he breathe underwater?
That's what he came to look for. He created those constructs. You don't know what he's capable of.
Oh, true.
I'll start walking towards the pillars.
Okay.
Start looking. See if there's any writing.
You see, the pillars are of obvious ancient make that matches the marble in the floor. There are, now that you realize, there are like thin layers of some kind of slime covering the pillars, and what appears to be handprints or claw prints, or like as if something that had claws or hands had put and imprint themselves on the slime of the pillar, and it has stayed that way, almost like when you imprint your hand in clay. And but this slime substance kind of like it looks like it moves incredibly slowly, but it has dripped a bit into the floor, creating a very small pool of slime around the base of each pillar. And there are tons of like these handprints and claw prints all around the pillars.
I put my hand over one of these handprints. Is it bigger than my hand?
Well, there are some that are bigger, some that are smaller. They're all different like shapes and sizes. There's not like one like dominating shape.
Okay.
Can you look at what's underneath the slime from one of the prints, the handprints?
It's not. It's a bit dirty, but okay. Make an investigation check.
I mean, if need be, I'll try to remove a little bit. Maybe I'll try using. Well, I'm not sure if I got a handkerchief, but some sort of rag of some kind.
You can definitely have a handkerchief.
It's 19 on 19.
You think you can see definitely there is some writing or runes or glyphs. There's something there.
Elizabeth, there's certainly some writing underneath this slime. Perhaps we could clear a section.
And actually, sorry, I'm based because you helped Elizabeth study the arcane circle in the forest with the Lucifer. You definitely recognize the same type of glyphs, the same type of writing of script.
It's the same type of script. We should take a look, I think.
Fortunately, I can't make sense of it. I mean, before I could tell that it was a teleportation circle. Not sure what kind of magic would use 6 pillars. Significant.
Are they arranged in the shape of a teleportation
No,
circle?
2 rows of 3.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know of any kind of spell that would take 2 rows of 3 pillars.
Make an arcana check with disadvantage. This would be deep occultism. Occultism.
I've heard stories about it. There's so many stories about rows of columns.
11.
11.
Yep.
I mean, the only thing you can tell at this point, just based on the essentially accumulated gatherings of information you've been doing, this is all precursor stuff. Like this ancient race of beings. And
No, I don't know what this is.
No. Or what it might mean.
Well, don't worry about it. I don't know either, so you know.
This disturbing long lost temples tends to be an unwise idea, but since we are here,
That's exactly why we
we
came.
should probably sate our curiosity.
And I'm just with the rag. I'm just gonna try to clean some of the slum.
Yeah, the slime.
Slime. God. I'm gonna clear some of my dyslexia out of the column, and
Sure thing. Make a dexterity saving. No, dexterity check. I just want to see, how.
I can't read any of these runes, but then I can't read anything. so-
oh shit, it's a fucking 1. I got +7.
Okay,
It's
so
a
this is
1.
what happens. As you start pulling the slime, it's thick, and as you start pulling, you kind of like have to push further and further. And as you push, it's kind of those times it will happen when you're gathering like a pooch poop,
Ugh,
and you grab a bit and you accidentally touch a bit of poop. This is the same. We've all done it, and you go and accidentally grab it, touch with this side of your hand a bit of slime. And as you do, I need you to make Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, that's my favorite saving throw. It's 15. Not too shabby.
Oh, 15. You like it. As it touches you, there is this weird sensation, and your skin around where the slime touches starts becoming a bit translucent, and you can see your bone and your veins and your arteries.
Whoa! I pulled.
Yeah, and you pull the hand back. It's like, what the fuck? And it's start like, and you manage to stop its spread. Let's say.
To not touch that slime or that.
I mean, I managed to uncover a little bit at
Yeah,
least.
you managed
with
to.
my
So
clumsy-
the handkerchief now has a chunk of slime in it.
I dropped that handkerchief on the floor.
Yeah.
Wait, when you said stop its spread, does that mean it's still slightly translucent?
So it started spreading as he touched it, but he quickly got rid of it, and it didn't spread much further than just the bit it touched, and it's now starting to slowly regain its opacity, the skin.
Okay.
Oh my goodness! I wonder if this was some kind of rite of passage of these creatures that touch the slime and I don't know,
Did it
turn
hurt
into
when you-
slime.
Does it burn or anything?
No, it's much worse.
Oh, that's
Look, we can see some of the writing. What does it say?
I mean, it's hard to tell. Elizabeth, you feel that you could take more notes to try and eventually study and try to discover patterns, but at the moment you don't know enough about this language in order to decipher it.
I'm interested in this slime. Are you sure that's much worse than pain? The slime that turns you invisible.
I don't think it was invisible. I mean, I could cast that spell. I don't think it felt the same way. I mean, as far as I understand. I felt like I was disappearing, but more materially as opposed to.
It didn't feel good, that's for sure.
Well, I wonder now, these handprints, did the same thing happen to them? Are they still here somewhere, but we can't see them?
Well, maybe they were forced to touch the columns and they turn into this slime. I don't think it's invisibility, Elizabeth. I think it's something else. Maybe they turn into ghosts.
Also potentially very powerful.
Potentially very dangerous for you. I mean, if you use it as a weapon, perhaps.
Do I know of any slime in nature that turns people into slime? Like some kind of slime that makes you slime?
No.
I've said slime so many times.
100% no. There's nothing in your. I'm not even asking for a roll. There's nothing in the body of knowledge of your clan that would point to anything like this. I will let you, Elizabeth. I will let you make an arcana roll with disadvantage.
18.
18.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
+8.
The only thing you can think of is, so there was something about how Coda's skin became that reminded you of a fish. The translucency of a crayfish, or so not invisibility, but rather translucent skin. And when you think about it, the only thing you can that like trigger something in your memory behind it is the memory of ancient creatures that can influence, or rather that created kind of like an underwater civilization.
Right. I do have one thing of interest, but I'm trying to make sense of why it's important. The translucency reminds me of like deep sea animals, but also civilizations underwater. But I'm not sure on the connection.
Well, they have a temple underwater here, so I mean that's something.
So if you cover yourself in slime, you can go in the water.
Don't know if we want to do that, do we?
Advice against it based on my experience right now.
I've never had an urge to cover myself in slime.
I've occasionally had it, but now it's not the time.
Lab rat would be nice around about now.
Do you think there's something about a creature? No, we can't subject something to this. Thinking about it, what if it?
Does it work the same with Warforged as it does with people?
Yeah, what if we cover the robot people with it?
Yeah. I'll get a bit of them, put it in if you want, see what happens. Give me a minute.
Well, if you're going to touch it, I am going to warn you against it.
Oh no, I'm just going to go and get a bit of the robot people and put it in.
I mean, at this point in time, they're just stone and metal lying on the ground. You'd be better just to put it on some rock and see what happens.
Well, so you're on the rock. It's on the pillars, isn't it?
Well, then that's probably your answer.
I think we're getting sidetracked here.
I'm going to get some rations and I'm going to throw it against the pillar.
Well, some.
Like if I've got a bit of jerky or something.
Yeah.
A bit of meat.
It touches it and it there is some effect to it, but definitely not what happened to Coda. It definitely seems, just on your understanding, Elizabeth, it definitely seems to react to living things. You can infer as much.
Well, it seems you have to be living. So much for stealth food.
Oh well, guess we go in the temple then if we're nothing to do with the slime.
Where do you think all this water came from? I mean, there's a lot of it down here. It sunk that temple. There's a body of water over there to the left.
Well, we're underground, aren't we? So, if water could come down through the soil and things, and
But it's marble floor.
maybe they brought the water in, I don't know. I mean, they can get through, like, rock and stuff, can't it?
But there was no water above us either.
Well, I mean, it's been here for a long time, has it? So,
It's I don't know. Strange is all.
Well, it seems to go round. So I can't actually see. It could be coming. The source could be the other end.
Yeah, I just feel like you'd hear it if there was a waterfall or something down here. You'd hear it.
You can only hear
Well, it may be
dripping.
the-
Oh, sorry, Shane.
It could be that it's just an underground water flow.
I
Another
mean,
time. It's not.
there's got to be something for all these plants that are glowing as well. They need some kind of supply of water, right, to grow. Yeah.
Damp, yeah, but I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. There's probably an explanation for it. It's here, isn't it? So
Yeah. I wonder if the water's all right to go in as well.
I'm
So
gonna
what's
put
a
my
good
hand
brackish?
towards the slime, and I'm gonna whisper this to myself. Is this bad? I'm gonna touch it. Is this bad? Should I touch it?
Make a charisma check.
Gonna start slinging slime left, right, and center. I'll tell you that.
14.
You feel as if the presence is kind of subdued at the moment, but there is no particular focus or concern about your current situation. Let's say it's indifferent, and you're used to this. Your presence is not like something that is constantly, there. It only appears when something really, important catches its attention.
Okay. My mage hand will come out just before I touch it. My mage hand will touch it.
Yeah, you touch it with your mage hand. The slime is probably about like half an inch thick, so you can like sink a bit into it.
Yeah. Is mage hand like exactly the same size as my hand?
Yeah, let's say yes.
I'll just put it back a little bit. But I'll put it like in front of my hand as if it's my hand. I'll go "Ooh," to everyone.
Oh. Of course, it's gone great. Maybe you can clean a little bit more of it so we can read what it says.
Clean it.
Just.
Oh, you need to see more?
Well, it'd be good. No, that's what we're trying to do before that thing nearly chop off my hand. and
Oh,
tell
where
me-
shall I clean? You just point.
Well, maybe next to the bit that I already did. See if we can get a little bit more information.
Okay, everyone, cover your eyes. Actually, maybe stand back.
I
Yeah.
want to take notes. I don't want to cover my eyes.
Okay. So
Careful,
slowly.
though,
Okay,
lads.
slow. Let's do it slowly. We'll do it slow and steady. And I'll just put the mage hand back.
Okay, so
Just
you
stop.
start
Sweep.
removing slime. I mean, it's going to take a while with your mage hand. These pillars are big and covered.
I'll start speeding it up until it's not flashing too much.
Okay.
There's a section.
Yeah,
where
Elizabeth,
the-
make a this is gonna be important. Based on the same like notes you took before, make another intelligence check and keep accumulating those for me, or like writing them down for the future. So make another intelligence check to kind of like trying to figure out the script and what you can understand of it.
Is the slime
Natural 20.
stats?
Natural 20.
Non-natural 20.
Oh,
I mean,
Is the slime stats being moved around? I just want to look up the pillar to kind of. Does it coat the whole thing all the way up to the ceiling? Does it stop anywhere? Does it look there's anywhere it's dripping from? Is it on every pillar?
it is on every pillar. It appears to cover it all the way to the top for sure. Almost like it's leaking from cracks in the carbon, not from cracks, from the, because the pillars don't go all the way to the top of the ceiling. It's 100 feet. The pillars are only about like maybe 30 feet tall, and they're kind of like pouring from the top of the pillar and around it.
This stuff is strange. It's definitely put here. It could be leaking, or it could be here deliberately, but if this stuff is old, then it would have to have been here for a long time. There's all these handprints in it. How
Does-
recent are those?
is this good? This spot?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
the
probably
legend-
quite enough, lad. Yeah, that's great.
You get anything?
At this
I
point,
got-
would I? Oh, sorry, Shane, you go.
I was gonna say I got 20. I don't know.
I mean, you wrote more of it down. You're starting to
Okay.
identify patterns that might be useful to then try to transliterate between,
Okay.
So it's not like it has a meaning at the moment, but it helps you build a vocabulary.
This point, would it definitely have clicked that it's the same as that's on that cylinder?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, in which case I'll get that cylinder out and then I'll just sort of show it to you, Elizabeth. I have this artifact which has been delivered to me recently. I'm taking it to my clan, but the writing on it, if you can make sense of it, it matches what's on here as well.
So it does.
So I know this is old. They say it's from the Wenchari Empire, whenever that was.
But
If it
this
matches
originated
what's-
from elsewhere.
I couldn't tell you its point of origin, no. Only that it's travelled a lot recently.
Do you mind if I take a look?
I mean, given the circumstances, certainly. It might help understand anything that's going on down here, so.
Just grab it and just have a look at the writing and see if there's any patterns I'm seeing matching up between these and the pillars.
Yep.
Just kind of holding it up against the pillars, seeing if there's any kind of just the shape is similar in any way significantly.
I'm going to approach. I was just doing this out of curiosity, since this
Yeah.
is a famous cylinder that was the cause of all troubles. And look at it.
Yeah.
so.
The source of all the turmoil. You both take a look at it. Since you already also look at the arcane circle together and look at this pillar, you can roll with advantage an intelligence check, Elizabeth, to try and see if we can what you can infer.
24 total.
24. So this cylinder definitely has the same type of glyphs, and you realize something about this cylinder that Jean maybe wasn't aware of. But in the two ends of it, now you realize as you're analyzing it, well, this doesn't make sense. The glyphs in this pattern, they are just written in lines, in rows, all around the surface of it, the perimeter. It just doesn't make sense that they would be like that because of all the other glyphs that you've seen so far. There is no logical progression to them. So as you start looking around it, you realize there is a mechanism, and you can turn the ends of the cylinder and make the glyphs start forming different words, as it were, or construct or sentence constructs.
Oh dear. Things just got more complicated. Did you know it did this?
Do you
No.
turn it?
Oh, I did.
Oh, I will twist it. As I say, do you know it did this?
I've not spent any
Saying
time with
so.
it. But that's very helpful. Thank you. I'm sure that'll be imperative into understanding the mysteries that are locked inside it, or that it can take us to.
I have a few more goes at it, see if I can get it to a point where it does make sense.
So you start going. It is incredibly smooth, the mechanism, and it is obvious how someone at the first glance would not even realize that this could be done, because it requires a very specific type of press like that, and then you can twist it. So there's some mechanism inside that only turns when you apply the right pressure.
Like a medicine ball.
Yeah.
It's just been clicking the whole time.
Yeah. So, but as you go, I mean, the amount of combinations you can do, because it turns like in at different portions of it. So depending on the pressure you apply, like a section in the middle turns, or a section on the outer sides turn. So you can actually create, it actually turns like in 8 different sections, and you can create lots of different combinations. So you don't have a grasp yet of, well, what, you know, the amount of things that the amount of sentences that you can write with it, but you know that you can do it.
How far away is the water, by the way?
The water is probably about 100 feet away from you, and the only reason you can see it is because the water itself is bioluminescent with the algae.
Right. So with my hand that's covered in this slime, I'm going to be like, ugh, without realizing I can just poop it away, and it goes. Hey, what do you think happens if I wash my hand in the water and I'll just start running towards the water?
You start running towards the water.
I just need to get within 60 feet.
As you go closer to the water, you kind of like now can see around the a side of the cavern that was blocking your view from the rest of where this sunken temple went. And as you turn around, you see 2 things that obviously immediately catch your eye. First of all, you see a bunch of bodies. There are 4 bodies, kind of like next to where the staircases go down into the water that you wouldn't able to see before. 3 of them appear to be heavily armed, and there are like weapons lying around. Another one you actually recognize immediately. One of the robes was one of the apprentices of Reichsworth, and you worked with them for a while. And those 4 bodies are there, but also then you can now see the extent of the water, which doesn't go too much further, but there is something there that you hadn't seen before. And it is a massive cylinder. There is no other way to describe it. It's kind of like it's almost like a massive stone column rising from the water and going all the way up. And there is kind of like a spiral of glyphs that go all around it. And they are glowing with a weird bioluminescence, almost as if a string of algae attached to the glyphs, giving it its light. It looks a bit like this. I'm gonna.
We've seen that before.
Deja vu.
I'm gonna. Where is it? There we go. It looks like this. Oops, not this one.
Seen that before as well.
Where is it?
It's been Blair Witching.
There we go.
If I'm lucky.
Whoa!
So that's the water and the column rising from the ground with the spiral of glyphs. And near the edge of it is where you see all these bodies.
Sure, before you say anything, could we end it on that cliffhanger? I forgot we weren't stopping at 8 today.
Yeah, we can
have
we
to
can
go
end
in
it
like
here.
5-10 minutes, and I don't feel like we're going to be able to do anything meaningful before I'm going to have to be like, I have to go.
Yeah, for sure.
And,
I thought we might continue until 9:30, but if you want to stop here, we can stop here.
It would be very helpful to me.
Cool. All
if
right.
we could. It feels like a good
No worries.
cliffhanger.
Okay, well, we'll take it from there then. As Scone kind of runs out, and you're like, "Hey, where are you going?" And then, what do you say, Scone? What are your words when you see this?
So as soon as I see him, I like stumble, maybe like just fall over, just to my knees. Go, there's bodies. Dowie, Rufus, guys.
Okay. And on that note,
There you go. I've made names for you, Lucas.
Yeah, sure.
Dowie and Rufus.
Yeah. On that note, we'll end today's session.
Alrighty.
What happened with the slime that you were carrying there, George, when you fell to the ground? Did you pour it all over yourself in ecstasy?
The hand was in front of me, somewhere far in front of me.
Misters, start unveiling.
Okay. Well, we'll see where this takes us next session. Have a good week, everyone. I'll see a bunch of you